Section 21 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 1. The next point to be discussed concerns the relations of psychology to religion. Here at the outset, a warning is needed. It is perfectly clear to those who have eyes to see that the progress of psychology is today putting the final story on the great edifice of naturalism. First, the heavenly bodies, then the everyday operations of nature or the earth, then the surface of the earth, its construction and modeling, then the organic kingdoms and their diversity, then the working of the human body and its development. One after the other came to be comprehensible without reference to supernatural agencies. The human mind and its products have come last. Today, thanks to men like Stout and James, Schand and McDougall, Charcot and Janet, Freud and Jung, to mention but a few, we are acquiring a knowledge of the laws of the mind and the conditions of its working, which are bringing it into line with the rest. This new knowledge is giving us an entirely new insight into the meaning of the phenomena we have been used to describing under the names of revelation, conversion, grace, salvation, demoniac possession, miracles of healing, prophecy, communion with the divine, and many others. It is showing us that the phenomena thus described, though perfectly definite facts of experience, need not be interpreted in the traditional way. They do not require us to postulate supernatural beings outside ourselves as their cause. They can be accounted for by the natural workings of the individual human mind. But, and an important but, this need not diminish the value of the phenomena. There exists one class of people who by some strange perversity always maintain that to explain anything is to diminish its intrinsic value. In part, they are the childish minds to whom omne ignotum pro magnifico remains a permanent attitude. In part, they fall into the error of mistaking the parts for the whole and judging a result by its origins. For everything, no matter how complex, can be analyzed into parts. No matter how proud, it has had its humble origin. No matter how vital or how effortless, it must have its underlying machinery. But the parts alone, or their mere sum, are not the whole. The parts, complete to the last bolt, of a motor car might be presented to the Dalai Lama, or for that matter, to me or to you, dear reader, but they would be very far from being a motor car, and very little likely to become one without expert help. The parts need arrangement and adjustment before they become a whole. The oak grew from an acorn. Birds evolved from reptiles. The greatest man in the world was once a slobbering baby, and before that a microscopic speck of viscous semi-fluid matter. But even if, with Samuel Butler, we like to think of the oak as the acorn's biological device for producing more acorns, it is an oak and not an acorn. The bird is a bird. It pulses with warm blood and can fly through the air, while the reptiles, which have remained reptiles unevolved, are still cold-blooded and terrestrial. And a man's a man for all that. The young lady who sits at the steering wheel of her car as it rushes effortlessly along at 40 or 50 miles an hour may, and often does, know nothing, or nothing worth knowing, about the details of its machinery or the principles of internal combustion. But the explosions go on inside the cylinders whether she knows or not. And the more deliberately planned, the more delicately tuned and adjusted is the engine, the smoother and more effortless is its running. In precisely the same way, the machinery of our own bodies, for the most part, escapes us altogether. But the more physiology looks into it, the more complicated in its construction and the more astoundingly regulated in its adjustment does it turn out to be. And also, the more complicated and mechanically automatic the adjustment, the less are we aware of the machinery. All this applies with equal truth to the mind. The unitary act of feeling or will is composed of parts in a particular and adjusted relation in precisely the same way that the single act of reaching out the hand and picking up a pencil is compounded out of the balanced actions of a score of separate muscles, guided by a rain of sensory stimuli upon the controlling nerve centers in the brain. The highest flower of the spirit is based on lower activities no otherwise than a tower upon foundations. The most powerful minds were once feeble and childish. The most highly organized scheme of scientific knowledge can be traced back through simpler and less satisfactory stages to the dimmest and most mistaken notions. But the value of the knowledge is not thereby impaired. It remains precisely the same as it would have been if it had been communicated all in a piece by a celestial messenger. Besides this class of mind, who we may style the thoughtless analyzers, there exists that of the denigrators or professional blackeners who, whenever they are confronted with anything unusual, persist in taking its character away by the simple expedient of calling it pathological. O blessed word pathological! Comfortable Philistines cheer their souls with it when confronted by artists, real artists, who are unusual enough to live on a pittance, if by so doing they may paint what they want and as they want. Such abnormal fellows are of course degenerate. When a philosopher or a prophet or a scientific man comes along to whom truth as he sees it is more important than expediency, the same or other comfortable Philistines call him crank, fanatic, unstable, visionary. In the same way, there is a widespread tendency, especially among hard-headed and successful specialists who make it their business to put those who have gone off the mental rails into the way of leading once more the ordinary respectable life of ordinary respectable citizens, to describe every mental experience or system of thought or soul's deep desire which is outside the frame of this healthy ordinary life as pathological. But the abnormal is not by any means necessarily the pathological. The abnormal is that which is not normal, whether maladjusted or unhealthy, or merely rare or unusual. Imbecility is abnormal, but so is genius. Even leaving great genius on one side, if the average human being, as is not in the least impossible, were of the mental caliber represented by a successful barrister, a fine orator, or reasonably talented man of science or business or affairs, then what we call a rather backward child, who today is unfortunately quite usual and normal, would be as abnormal as is a certifiable mental defective in our present state of civilization. And if we look back into history, what do we find? That almost every advance which men has made has been greeted by no negligible fraction of other men as in some way abnormal, or worse. They may call it impious, or impracticable, or odious, or unnatural. In every case, they mean either that it is, or that they think it ought to be considered, abnormal. And time after time, the abnormal and the outrageous and the impossible of one generation have become the everyday, the respectable, and the normal of the next. Even when we penetrate down into the regions of anatomy and man's prehistoric evolution, the same difficulty of even classifying the normal and the abnormal presents itself. As the anatomists tell us, man's upright posture has brought with it the need for all sorts of adjustments in his construction. The adjustment, however, is by no means perfect, and as a result, many undoubtedly pathological states result, of which rupture and various female diseases are the most familiar. The upright posture is abnormal for organisms originally constructed to go on all fours or to climb about trees, so abnormal that much suffering and actual disease is still the result of its adoption. But however that may be, it would be difficult to maintain that it was not now normal for the human species. A very similar difficulty is found with regard to developed mental life. Man has become what he is through the achievements of exceptional minds, and yet the activity of mind on a high level, whether of intellect or creative art or any other mental power, is so abnormal that it is pain and grief to most great men to carry on with their task. There come into my mind Charles Darwin, always unwell under his self-imposed burden, or Joseph Conrad, bitterly lamenting in his letters the tremendous toil and grind of writing a book, or Beethoven, who had to be wrought up to a pitch that was half madness before he could compose what is so gloriously more sane than most of our humdrum sanity, or Michelangelo, whose description of the pains his painting cost him is awe-inspiring. In general, indeed, it can be said that prolonged mental concentration of the type required in the higher reaches of science, art, literature, or affairs puts an undue strain upon the mind of the great majority of men, even of those who yet are successful in such walks of life. Although such activity is necessary for the existence of civilization, it is still abnormal for most individuals. Modern psychology, like so much of science, has given man reason to feel humbler and less self-assured than in the good old days. On the other hand, again, like other scientific advances, it has shown him how, if he takes its lessons to heart and disciplines his mind in the light of the new knowledge which it has given, he may attain a more limited but more secure confidence, a less ambitious but also less dangerous outlook. It would be presumptuous to attempt a full attack on religious psychology in a single chapter. I shall therefore content myself with a discussion of a few special points of interest, followed by a brief attempt at some general conclusions. First and foremost come the consequences of evolution and its acceptance. If man's body has evolved, then so has his mind. Our mental powers are not only relative, developed in adaptive relation to the world around us, but there is no reason whatever for supposing them in any way complete. I do not mean theoretically or logically complete. All are agreed upon their incompleteness in this view. But practically, from the standpoint of evolution, there is no inherent reason why the average or the best present human minds should represent the limit of possibility. The mind even of a stupid man can grasp and deal with problems entirely out of the range of a cat's mind, and the problems with which the mind of a great mathematician, or indeed of any genius, deal are at least as high again above those which our stupid friend can tackle. Even if we leave genius on one side, the world would be a very different place if the average inborn ability of men were as high as the average of the most able 10% of the population today. But there is no reason to leave genius on one side, nor to refuse to face the possibility that mind could be developed by selection to a pitch which would bring its owners to the same height of incomprehensibility to us at our present level of mind as is our present level to the cats and dogs who sit by the fire and hear us talking but cannot comprehend. The relativity of our mental faculties should also be remembered. It was Bergson who first pointed out that on evolutionary principles we must think of reason as being adaptive, that it was a mental organ developed ad hoc for the convenient handling of that kind of reality, those sorts of relations which most commonly occur around us, and not necessarily for handling any and every reality or dealing with all kinds of relations. It is an organ adapted to its functions, as a limb to locomotion or an eye to sight. Then again, in a different outer world, our eyes would have been different. Our eyes are only sensitive to one octave of light waves, but that is the octave in which the sun is emitting the greatest energy. Without a doubt, had the sun been older when life evolved and emitting rays of longer average wavelength, our eyes would have been attuned to those conditions. The evolutionary history of our sense organs is worth a little further consideration. It is at first sight a very curious fact that we possess no sense organs capable of detecting X-rays or the presence of strong electric currents. A live rail, for instance, appears the same to our senses whether the current is passing or not, although if we touch it, the difference is one of life or death. The biological answer is simple. Powerful X-rays and strong electric currents are very modern features in man's environment. Apart from civilized man and one or two electric fish, they do not exist in nature. There has therefore been no biological advantage in possessing sense organs for their detection, and the sense organs have not been developed. Had strong electric currents been common events in life's environment, we could safely risk long odds in prophesying that current-detecting sense organs would have been evolved. End of section 21. Section 22 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 2. A recent and much talked of achievement of psychological science has been the discovery of the subconscious. This has been to psychology what the discovery of the New World was to geography. Just as rumors of Atlantis prompted to westward exploration across the ocean, so the land of the subconscious had been sighted by many before it was actually reached, later hastily touched at before being properly explored and mapped. The easiest way of understanding what is meant by the subconscious is to take an example from hypnotism. What is called post-hypnotic suggestion is one of the most spectacular and at the same time one of the simplest ways in which the hypnotist can demonstrate the power of suggestion. The operator gives to the subject, during the hypnotic trance, some order which is to be executed only after the lapse of a certain time. He then brings the subject out of the trance, after having also told him not to remember any of the actual events of his trance. At the stated time, the subject will perform the command, but without knowing why he does so. Just before the time for the execution of the command, the subject generally feels uneasy and will often make up some reason on the spur of the moment for doing what he is really doing under the compulsion of the order of which he has no conscious knowledge. The hypnotizer may, for instance, say to the subject in trance, "In 7 minutes' time you will go to the piano, take the silver vase off it, and put it in the center of the mantelpiece. You will not remember my giving you this order," and will then wake him. The subject will talk and laugh with the rest, but after 5 or 6 minutes will begin to look restlessly about, and then get up and wander across the room, often looking at the vase on the piano. Very possibly he will suddenly say, "I don't like that vase there, do you? I think it would look much better on the mantelpiece," and with this will take it across to where he has been told, after which his restlessness will leave him. Such an example demonstrates a number of points. In the first place, the order of which the subject is not conscious has somehow determined his behavior. Secondly, it is much more reasonable to suppose that the order has continued to operate in some mental sphere than to imagine it disappearing wholly from the subject's mind to reappear at the correct moment. We are therefore justified in saying that it was operative in a part of the mind which can best be described as subconscious. In any case, though not itself in consciousness, it influenced the conscious part of the mind. Thirdly, when the subject gives some reason or excuse for executing the command, he is providing us with an excellent example of rationalization, that is to say, the finding of intellectual reasons for an action which is really being performed under the compulsion of feeling, because we want to or feel we must. Reason is here merely an accessory after the fact, or is reduced to the still more futile office of showing why the stable door should be locked after the horse has been stolen. In post-hypnotic suggestion, the command is in the subconscious and cannot be brought into consciousness. Many other processes, however, may be subconscious, but can be called into consciousness at will. Perhaps the most important of these are habitual acts. When you first begin learning to play the piano, or to use the pen or the typewriter, or to study arithmetic, every step must be, often painfully and toilfully, taken in the full light of consciousness. Practice makes perfect, however, and the chief way in which it makes perfect is by relegating the steps which have been duly learnt to the realm of the unconscious, leaving consciousness free to deal with any new, unlearnt situations that may arise. Perhaps the most startling example is that of reading. The child first has to employ all its conscious powers in learning the shapes and associated sounds of single letters. Then he puts the sounds laboriously together in his mind to make words. C-A-T, cat. Then he begins to read short words as wholes, though slowly, then longer words. At this stage in children, and in many grown-ups, reading must still be done aloud or with silent movements of the lips. The ordinary educated man, however, leaves this behind and passes as quickly and unconsciously over most words as the bright child of 6 or 7 over the letters within the words. Finally, the really quick reader reads whole phrases at once, devouring a sentence in a flash, and often paying so little attention to anything but the general impression that a misprint or misspelling remains quite unnoticed. Finally, many mental processes may remain in the unconscious merely for lack of attention. Suppose you are writing with a clock in the room. The ticking of the clock is being registered automatically in your brain, but you are not conscious of it. If someone were to ask you what sounds you could hear, attention would change its focus, and you could at once hear the clock. Further, if the clock were suddenly to stop, you would probably be aware of the fact, showing that the ticking noise, though subconsciously, had made part of your general state of mind. In these two latter cases, the subconscious could, by attention or will, be at any moment brought into consciousness. From the biological point of view, we may say that consciousness appears to be needed for dealing with the unforeseen and the complex. Accordingly, it must not be distracted by being employed upon what is unnecessary or irrelevant to the purpose in hand. A mental organization has been evolved which enables us to focus consciousness by means of attention on one particular activity, other activities being temporarily left in the dim light of the subconscious. It also enables us to relegate what has been thoroughly learned to the unconscious domain, for only so is consciousness left free to build upon what has been learnt, or to learn new types of lessons. In our first example, however, the subconscious activity could not be brought into consciousness at all. Some special machinery prevented the light of attention from reaching it. It is the merit of the last half-century of psychological research to have given us some insight into this process. The French psychologists, with Binet and Janet at their head, introduced the idea of dissociation of one part of the mind from the rest. The two both continue to work, but there is no conscious communication between the two. The one part of the consciousness is therefore cut off from the other. This line of work has been especially continued by American psychologists like Morton Prince. Sometimes we find the two dissociated parts of the mind of approximately equal size, if we may borrow a word of material connotations to help describe what is immaterial. And then usually the two alternate in control of the body, and we have a case of dual personality. But the one may be slightly more important than the other, or a good deal more so, and so on till the state of affairs is reached in which one small tendency or bit of thought organization is cut off from the main body of the mind's life. Post-hypnotic suggestion represents the extreme in this direction, a single idea being cut off from the mind for a few minutes. Meanwhile, Freud took the matter a stage further. It may turn out that the majority of Freud's detailed conclusions are false. Nonetheless, as even his opponents agree, he hit upon an idea of the greatest value, which converted the older static psychology of the unconscious into a going concern. He pointed out that painful thoughts and painful events might, through the very intensity of their painfulness, come to be banished from consciousness into the unconscious and held there, like the Titans under Etna, unseen but capable of disturbing the face of the world with their uneasy movements. Some of the most clear-cut of such cases are familiar to us through the war and are often miscalled shell shock. A number of them will be found set forth in M. Dougal's Abnormal Psychology. A soldier has been through some peculiarly harrowing experience. He loses his nerve, sleeps badly, is visited by horrible dreams, and is without all memory of the experience itself and the time just before and after. Often, in addition, one part of the body is paralyzed, or else indulges in involuntary movements in a distressing way. When such a man is put under hypnosis in hospital, and an attempt made to lead him to remember the incident, great resistance is usually encountered. Frequently he comes to, out of the hypnotic state, or he may become violent in his language or in his actions. With patience, however, the lost memory can generally be re-elicited. Usually, when it comes back, the man acts it all over again, or in some other way testifies to the violence of the emotional shock. But once the memory has been established, many of the symptoms at once subside, and a process of re-education in which the broken mental organization is helped to build itself up again is usually all that is needed to restore health. At the same time, the paralysis or involuntary movements disappear. It would appear that the pain and distress of the awful experience is so great that every time its memory begins to rise into consciousness, the suffering and horror are at the same time aroused and succeed in shutting out that compartment from participation in the general life of the mind. The precise nervous or psychological machinery by means of which the split is effected need not concern us here. As a purely symbolic way of picturing it, we might say that the horror aroused causes the whole consciousness to shrink away from the memory, though the reality is undoubtedly much more subtle. What is of importance is the discovery that very frequently the mere physical pain and direct and obvious horror is reinforced by a moral motive. The man has been afraid of being afraid, and an explosion has filled him with real panic, or he has, half against his feelings, butchered an enemy who has surrendered to him. It is indeed possible that such dissociation never occurs without involving some conflict of emotional or moral nature, and that mere pain or shock is not sufficient. In all cases, however, the dissociation involving repression of the painful memory is what Rivers has called unwitting, performed by automatic process of the mind, not deliberately. In civil life, the same repressions occur, and for the same essential reasons. The conflict may arise over fear, or very frequently over sex. In other cases, it is the egoistic instincts which may be repressed. Invariably, however, some incident or train of thought has been painful. To bring it full into consciousness and try to link it and its associations with the rest of the mind would involve distress and conflict. It is accordingly, though not deliberately, cut off or dissociated in whole or in part from the rest of the mind. In civil life, such repressions usually date from childhood and may differ markedly from the clear-cut war cases by gradually growing and changing as the individual develops. the repressed complex gathering round itself all kinds of experiences, ideas, and fancies which are naturally or accidentally associated with its central core. A very interesting case, bearing on religious psychology, of a partially split personality is quoted by Thouless. A drunkard was converted by a religious organization. He gave up drink and worked zealously in the cause of religion, but he abandoned to destitution and misery his wife and family, with whom he had previously lived on affectionate terms. 2 years later, he relapsed into his old drinking habits and into being an otherwise good husband and father. On reconversion a few months later, the same sequence of events as with his first conversion. In this case, some of his good desires and activities became repressed together with his evil ones. It would be a pretty problem in casuistry to know in which of his two phases he was to be considered more virtuous. In all cases of repression, the repressed tendencies shut out from the light of personal consciousness and from participation through normal action in the affairs of the world around continue to make trouble below the surface. They may influence conscious thoughts. They may dictate courses of action at variance with the ideas of the dominant part of the mind. They and their opponents fight their battles in the darkness of the subconscious and sap the energy of the soul. When selfish or sensual tendencies are repressed, they may objectify themselves as the prompting of the devil. When it is the altruistic tendencies or the desires for righteousness which are underdog, they may suddenly burst through as the voice of conscience and make cowards of us all, or be even imagined as the utterances of angels or gods. To achieve a life approaching the healthy, the two parts of the mental being must come to an understanding. Either the nettle must be gripped, the unpleasant, the terrifying, or the disgusting must be faced, in spite of pain and suffering, and dismissed, or else in some way they must be sublimated, swallowed up in a more exalted and more consuming emotion, as when fear is swallowed up in love of country, the instincts of sex used as the basis for love, the selfish desire for achievement made part of the desire for achievement in unselfish ways, or all three, as in some notable saints, secular as well as religious, merged and utilized in what is usually called loving submission to the will of God. Recent psychological work also makes great play with the notion of psychological types. The existence of different types of mind is a fact of observation as old as the hills, but it is also true that the idea has not been systematically worked out and generalized until very recent years. Jung has been the pioneer in this field. The two extreme types which he distinguishes are the introvert and the extrovert, the mind turned in upon itself and the mind directed outward upon the world. The extrovert is interested in things, in immediate experiences of the outside world, in action. The introvert more in his own thought about things in their relation to each other and to himself, the bearings of his experiences. The extrovert tends to be social, enjoying the simple expressions of feeling. The introvert has a penchant for solitude and is concerned with moods and trains of thought more than with direct emotional expression. Thus, the introvert tends more to split up his experiencing of the world into neutral outer reality on the one hand and his own mental life, intellectual and emotional, on the other, while the extrovert tends to keep experience unanalyzed and to leave his thought fused with the outer object which has aroused it. As Mdugal puts it, the extreme extrovert is like a patient under alcohol. He, quote, expresses freely all his emotions, and his affects, states of feeling, pass over immediately into action, each affect in turn finding full expression with but little check from any others, end quote. The state of the extreme introvert, on the other hand, is like that of a man under opium. He, quote, dreams rather than acts, and his dreams seem to him more real than the outer world, end quote. Dementia praecox, comprising a large group of cases of insanity, is in the main an abnormal exaggeration of the peculiarities of the normal introvert, leading to the patient's becoming shut off from all normality of contact with the outer world in the prison of his own dreams and delusions. The extrovert is protected from any such self-confinement by his sociableness and his interest in the outer world, which in turn is made possible and necessary through his not freeing his thoughts and emotions fully from the objects which arouse them. But the exaggeration of the tendencies which give extroversion can also lead to insanity. In this case, however, the insanity is of a quite different type, being that known to physicians as manic depressive insanity, in which exaltation and melancholia, wild excitement and deep depression follow each other in cycles. This is made possible through the lack of the normal control of impulsive tendencies by reflective thought, which when exaggerated leads to introversion. In the absence of this, whatever main impulse is in command has full play, and since there is no internal friction due to the checks and counterchecks of reflective thought and balanced impulse, the patient, in his state of mania or exaltation, disposes of a portentous amount of energy. Neurasthenia is also a disease of introversion, hysteria one of extroversion. It would take us out of our way to go further into the psychological problems involved. It remains only to add that apart from the extreme types and their pathological exaggerations, there can not only be distinguished intermediate types, but, as one would naturally expect, a set of variations on each type. Further, although it is clear that predisposition to one or the other type is largely and usually due to heredity, yet circumstances, too, may have a strong molding force, and may, for instance, push a man who is of middle type by heredity over from a state of introversion to one of extroversion, or vice versa. End section 22. Section 23 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 3. The bearing of these facts on the psychology of religion, however, is what here concerns us. First and foremost, they bid us be tolerant. Men of the two extreme types may get along well enough together and transact the ordinary affairs of life between themselves, but the one type will never really comprehend the other. The same object will mean something different to the two. To certain of the extroverted type, especially if they have not received much close intellectual discipline and education, the object is vivid, but remains part of their experience, still clothed with the associated feeling. To an introvert, especially if he has not disciplined himself to overcome his tendencies to shrink into his shell, away from hard fact and social contacts, the object is indifferent, except as it interests the microcosm of thought or dream which his interactivity is constructing. The extrovert's constant spending of himself in action will seem to the introvert a frittering away of life, while the practical objective extrovert will despise the dreaminess of his counterpart. In the religious sphere, we are familiar with the type of man who is always pursuing, on and on, his thoughts about the universe, about God's nature and his relation to man, about human destiny and salvation. He is the type who constructs the theologies and philosophies which are barely in contact with the solid ground of reality. We are familiar, too, with those whose sole dominant interest is their interior life and the raptures of mystical experience. They construct a whole world of feeling within themselves and are content to leave the world of fact unfelt. On the other hand, we are equally familiar with a hard-headed and energetic religious administrator who trusts in proper organization of the church and its activities to achieve the aims of religion, and is concerned not with the niceties of theology, but with a clear-cut accepted creed, with the violent revivalist who pins his faith without reflection or analysis to the experiences of the revival meeting, such as sudden conversion, seizures, speaking with tongues, finds in them objective proof of the existence of the action of a supernatural being, and must be always up and doing in the midst of crowds of people and crowded emotional activity. The first two types are introverted, the other two extroverted, and one of each type has a predominantly rational or intellectual bias, while the other has one predominantly emotional. The religious danger of extreme intellectual introversion is that it leads to hair-splitting dispute and to the pursuit of theology into regions entirely divorced from reality. Extreme emotional introversion, on the other hand, tends to become merely selfish indulgence. Extreme extroversion has its religious dangers too. It belittles thought. It tends to idolatry, in the extended sense of the word, by failing to distinguish properly in religious experience between the object of worship and the feelings which it arouses, with the inevitable result that the feelings, cut off from their true base in the worshipper's mind through his failure to analyze and reflect, become objectified and personified in and behind the object of worship. It tends not only to shallow and noisy revivalism, but also, in other circumstances, to exaggerated ritualism. Remedy in extreme cases there is probably none, but it seems clear that good education, not in the narrow sense of stuffing with facts, but in learning how to use the critical intellect on the one hand, and on the other to have some understanding of the practical handling of objects and of playing a part in social life and organization, is the most valuable corrective against slipping too far in either direction. As several psychologists have pointed out, education, at least present-day higher education, on the whole suppresses exaggerated extrovert tendencies and may overemphasize tendencies to introversion. A statistical proof of this was the much greater tendency in war disorders of the mind to hysteric disorder among private soldiers than among officers, with a corresponding greater tendency to neurasthenic disorder in the officer class. The fact that the untrained mind tends to be extroverted is further illustrated by the fact that savage people seem, on the whole, more extroverted than civilized. It is clearly of great importance for the history of religion, for it means that the real facts of religious experience will, in early religions, inevitably tend to find interpretation in a belief that supernatural powers inhere in objects or supernatural beings exist behind them, through the extrovert's failure to disentangle the feeling aroused by an experience from the object which arouses it. In this view, only a raising of the general level of education could bring about any general relinquishing of the belief in personal supernatural beings. A word is due on the remarkable tendency of primitive thought to express itself in images rather than in concepts, in forms which appeal to the senses and emotions rather than to the intellect, by means of symbolic rather than rational representation. This is combined, very frequently, though by no means always, with that other tendency of low-level thought to give free rein to its wishes instead of checking them up against hard fact and ethical standards. These are matters of very familiar experience in dreams, when the higher centers, which attempt to deal with hard fact by means of conceptual thought, are fatigued and out of action. They are also very familiar to those who have studied hypnosis and so-called mediumship. In genuine trance, ideas almost always come through in the form of pictures or stories, and the same is often true of daydreaming and reverie. The amazing power of these lower centers of the brain to produce a scene complete in every detail, to fuse it with the most intense emotions, and to pass from scene to scene with incredible swiftness is familiar to every dreamer. The modern theory of dreams and visions is far from complete, but it may at least be said that these faculties of imagery, when released from control by higher centers, have the power of taking an idea presented to them and translating it into imagery, symbolic or otherwise, which is usually loaded with a profusion of detail and charged with a strong feeling of conviction. Furthermore, it may also be safely said, without committing oneself to the details of any of the rival theories such as those of Freud or Jung or Adler, that in the passage of the idea towards expression in the guise of imagery, a passage which is entirely in the realm of the subconscious, it may make contacts with various emotional tendencies, some favorable and some hostile. Further, as a result of the impact of these associated ideas and tendencies, which are thus called into action, the idea may get distorted in its passage and become symbolized in quite a different guise from what would otherwise have been the case. To these distorting and modifying agencies, Freud has given the very unsatisfactory name of the censor. All the religious mystics, whether they be Christian Europeans or Indian yogis, seem to stress, in the same general way, the need for putting the intellect to sleep before the mystic experience, of whatever type, is vouchsafed. The vividness and directness of visions and symbolic imagery gives this method of thinking, if thinking it can be called, an advantage over the more laborious methods of conceptual thought, which can only attain its greatest triumphs by cutting down the fringe of undefined meaning round its words and ideas to a minimum, making them mere counters instead of pictographs, substituting an efficient machinery of thought to grind out its results for the imagery which aspires to be intellectual method and emotional expression all in one. This psychological advantage is all the more reason for being very careful to restrict the scope of imagery within its own proper sphere, and for mistrusting it whenever it claims to usurp the functions of the intellect. I may now pass to some of the specific psychological experiences of the religious life. Suggestion is always of great importance, and correspondingly religious ritual and service is often so arranged so as to promote suggestibility. The dim light, the familiar words, the fixed postures, the isolation from other influences, the general sense of awe, the whole atmosphere is such as to promote a receptive or suggestible state of mind. Authority itself helps to suggest the truth of what it so firmly asserts, and the receptive state once induced, the words of the prayers tend to be impressed upon the mind and themselves to exercise some authority there after the fashion of a suggestion given in hypnosis. The fact that religious instruction is usually begun very young buttresses it with all kinds of alien strength and makes certain religious feelings and ideas take root so deeply and so unconsciously that it is extremely hard for the growing mind to break away from them without great difficulty, and often indeed a profound sense of sin. This depends partly on the greater suggestibility of the child, partly on the fact that impressions made in childhood gather round themselves all sorts of strong emotional associations. Suggestibility is also increased by whatever tends to weaken the natural control of the higher centers of the brain. Thus, fasting and long vigils will prepare the mind to receive unquestioningly what at such a time may enter it. This brings up a second important set of facts, namely, those depending on the graded organization of the mind into what has been called a hierarchy of different levels, with the degree of dominance of the higher levels varying from time to time. When the control exerted by the higher centers is weakened or removed, the lower centers have free play in ways which are not possible when they are acting in subordinate capacities. On the intellectual side, the highest type of thought is conceptual, using words and abstract ideas tied together by logic and reason, When this is in abeyance, the mind tends to think in a succession of images or symbols connected only by the loose bonds of association. On the volitional side, conscious purpose is on a higher level than mere impulse. As regards morality, the actions, often painfully learnt, which take in the claims of others, are on a higher level than those based on primitive desires, and coping with reality is on a higher level than indulgence in fantasy or giving rein to one's wishes. In the field of perception and intuition, the conscious act which grasps and comprehends a great many facts and aspects of reality together and at once is on a higher level than the crude faculty which can only deal with them one at a time. The commonest result of the relaxing of the higher center's control is for conceptual thought to give place to imagery, and for the imagery to express the fulfillment of some normally inhibited desire. The imagery is often distorted, owing to conflict of higher and lower in the mind, so as not to express the desire in too crude and stark a form. All these features, as we have seen, are frequently met with in dreams. The same sort of thing, but naturally with many differences, occurs in many so-called mystic experiences, hallucinations of sight or hearing, interior visions or auditions, or ineffable sense of grace or communion. In certain ways, it may be said that the mystic experience is on a lower plane than logical thought or moral effort, for it generally substitutes images for concepts, and is also in many cases a wish fulfillment rather than a wrestling with fact. On the other hand, it is only fair to say that the gradual perfection of the mystic experience, which so many of the mystics record, represents a raising of the level in regard to another aspect of mental life, namely, the embracingness of the experience, the comprehension of many aspects of reality in one mental act. All agree in general that meditative prayer is a preliminary stage. This passes over with practice from a state when it is accompanied by normal, directed thought, a prayer of understanding, to a state known technically as the prayer of simplicity, in which connected or logical thought is in abeyance. After this, visions and auditions often make their appearance, and the worshiper usually goes through an experience known generally as mystical conversion, in which the struggle between the individual's natural will and all those other tendencies described as the will of God comes to resolution through the total submission of the individual. In later stages, so far as can be judged from the mystic's descriptions, the experience becomes more ineffable, more and more one of being possessed by some knowledge, or of directly feeling and perceiving what is felt and perceived as divinity, less and less one of its perception at a distance or of thinking about it, however clearly. It is interesting to note that many mystics record a sense of blackness or night as they first approach this stage, and find themselves giving up their familiar and clear processes of thinking to an as yet unpracticed, confused, and fitful faculty of this direct perception. The earlier stages after mystic conversion are sometimes called the prayer of quiet. As the sense of direct perception and the emotional intensity of the experience grows, voluntary control over the mental state diminishes. The mystic experience can no longer be relinquished by a simple act of will as formerly. It so fully possesses the mind that it has to be dispelled, if necessity arises, by active bodily movement. This is the stage described by St. Teresa as the prayer of union. Some mystics finally lose even this control, since during the experience they cease to be able to move their limbs at all, and may be wholly oblivious to the ordinary impressions of sense. This is the state technically known as true ecstasy, in which the body is in a cataleptic state, but the mind is caught up to full and deep experience. A further state is sometimes attained in which the soul is in a permanent state of illumination. The inhibitions on sense impression and bodily movement are removed, and on the contrary, an extraordinary impulse to activity in ordinary work is experienced. This is described both by Saint Teresa and Madame de Guyon. It would seem thus that more and more of the mental life comes to be involved in the experience with its dominance of the ideas of divinity and love, until finally even the activities of everyday life, which at first were completely hostile to the mystic experience, themselves too become subordinate to the same dominant system of thought. In passing, as emphasizing the strange interrelations of body and mind, it may be remarked that Madame de Guyon, one of the celebrated mystics, records not only considerable changes in her capacity for mystic experience with her monthly periods, but also a marked intensification of the blissful sense of peace when she was pregnant. Many symptoms of undoubted hysteria can be directly paralleled from the lives of the great mystics. For instance, St. Catherine of Genoa. A good discussion of this point is to be found in The Mystical Element in Religion by that remarkable character, himself a mystic, Baron von Hugel. Mysticism makes one of the most interesting chapters of religion. The mystic's private certitude and frequent disregard of all outward conformity and of good works has often been a great stumbling block to the ordinary devout but non-mystical churchman. In addition, where mysticism is valued, a regular epidemic of it tends to spring up by imitation and suggestion. Religious authorities themselves assure us that much so-called mystic experience is dangerous, or even, in their terminology, from the devil instead of from God. Even St. Teresa, throughout a long period of her life, met with great opposition from her religious superiors. The mystic experience clearly may be of extraordinary beauty and value to those who experience it, and may also be the truest refreshment of the soul wearied with conflict and with work, but with it are involved two dangers: the danger of spiritual selfishness, of prizing the experience at the expense of all else, and the danger of distorted mental development, of forcing the soul into pathological, low-level, or one-sided activities if the thoughts and desires back of the experience are themselves undisciplined, crude, or feeble. End section 23. Section 24 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 4. The reader will have noted that the mystics themselves, and religious writers in general, apply the term prayer to all kinds of experiences to which its ordinary use in the sense of petition could not be applied. This brings us to some consideration of ordinary or petitionary prayer, such as is prescribed in the Book of Common Prayer and is habitual morning and evening with most Christians. On reflection, it will be seen to have two functions: one which only has meaning if the worshiper has a real belief in a personal deity who can influence the course of events, and another which only has meaning insofar as the worshiper has a real desire for his own spiritual alteration, or for experience of those attributes which he associates with this deity, attributes of sanctity and awfulness, of power and tremendous mystery, of goodness and love, of beauty and wisdom. These two motives are inextricably mixed in the prayers of Christian churches and indeed of most theistic religions. Without some of the second element, prayer is in itself valueless as a spiritual exercise and tends, by a natural psychological process, to degenerate. For if prayer is a mere petition, nothing should matter so long as it is in due form and reaches its destination. All the other functions of prayer, however, are in reality functions of contemplation and meditation rather than petition. The contemplation may be of some intense desire of the worshippers, such as the desire for purity, and so be cast in the form of a petition. But the psychological machinery will not operate unless the idea permeates the mind. Prayer of this contemplative type is one of the central kernels of developed religion. It permits the bringing before the mind of a world of thought which in most people must inevitably be absent during the occupations of ordinary life. It allows the deepest longings of the soul, driven down below the surface by circumstance, to come into action, and it is the means by which the mind may fix itself upon this or that noble or beautiful or awe-inspiring idea, and so grow to it and come to realize it more fully. It is thus partly a method of autosuggestion, partly a means of refreshing the spirit. It differs psychologically from the banal methods of autosuggestion as described by Monsieur Coué and his followers, in that it insists on attempting to contemplate some spiritual fact or idea in all its glory. Insofar as the soul succeeds in this, it will be tapping sources of spiritual peace and vitality which cannot be gained by the mere repetition of a formula. In what I have been saying, I have spoken of contemplative prayer at its best. Like every other religious activity, it may fall short, be deflected from its true aim through the distorting power of false reasoning, or become secondarily degraded. If the worshipper's earnest desire is not fixed, either directly or indirectly, upon spiritual beauty and truth or his own improvement, but upon some material benefit or some change in the course of nature, then his theology is deluding him and his effort is vain. Or he may fix his thoughts on revenge or some other desire of low spiritual quality, and thus degrade instead of elevating his soul. If he allow prayer to become simply a ritual of agreeably familiar words, the mere recital of which is felt to exert some mysterious power, then he is allowing both the petitionary and the contemplative aspect of prayer to sink to the level of magic. It should also not be forgotten that art and literature help nowadays for many people to accomplish many of the functions of meditative prayer. Good music, to many listeners, brushes away all the cobwebs of every day and opens the ivory gates of meditation, while at the same time taking the mind with beauty, imposing a dominant loveliness and reverence upon the spirit. Tolstoy's description, in War and Peace, of the effect of music on the troubled mind of Nicholas Rostow is an admirable instance of this effect in its simplest and most immediate form. Good literature, among other functions, brings both dormant and wholly new ideas to the mind's front door and helps to comprehension. It also often provides a means whereby the mind works off its own repressions of fear or desire through imaginative participation or realization of them as portrayed in the doings of others. In fact, it may be safely said that the frank discussion and portrayal of every side of human nature in books and art, so often lamented by straight-laced moralists, on balance, even now, does more for promoting a healthy and assured moral life than it does towards encouraging immoral tendencies. And if pruriency and taboo fears were removed, the balance on the good side would be much greater. With all this, however, prayer of the type I have described will always retain a vital and important function, for it is the product of the individual himself, a mode both of self-discipline and self-expression in relation to the problems which immediately beset him. Only actual creation in the field of art has this kind of value, and thoughtless people who contemn the average second-rate man or woman for painting or writing verse have simply neglected to think of the spiritual value akin to that of the best type of prayer, which may be gained by the individual himself from his work. One other very frequent psychological moment in religion is what may be called the desire to escape from self. The psychological basis of this would seem to be fairly easy to comprehend, although details will obviously differ at different levels of culture. On the one hand, the feeling of the self or ego builds itself up gradually out of the chaotic mind life of the infant, and in the process, some activities and thoughts are closely woven together into the texture of the I. Others remain outside or are repressed or but loosely connected, and when they erupt and make connection with the ego, they are frequently felt as belonging to some external power or being. Meanwhile, of course, the I is set off more and more sharply in thought against the not I of the outer world, but the outer world is bound to the individual soul through all sorts of ties, and these are strongest when, as in primitive thought, the emotional qualities, like sanctity in the case of religion, are felt as inhering in the outer objects, not projected into them from the mind, and the unorganized fringe of mind life outside the boundaries of the ego is, of course, connected by all kinds of psychological channels with a central ego core. The escape from self on the primitive level generally has as its basis the desire to identify the self with the not-self, either with some aspect of the outer world or with a God worshipped. In both cases, the objective outer world and the subjective unself-organized parts of the mind are usually interwoven in what is felt as not-self. Anyone who has played a part in a play knows how the attempt to take on another's character does actually enlarge the mind, and how for the time being one's own individuality is in large part given up or blended with the imaginary personality, and the let's pretend games of children show on a simpler level what satisfaction is achieved through the method of temporary identification of the self with some other person or object. At the cultural level of undeveloped religions, these universal motives are strengthened by belief in magic. Thus, masquerading as animals, when performed in special ways to the accompaniment of particular rites, may be believed in as a means of ensuring the increase of the animal or of achieving success in its chase. Various methods are also in vogue of combining dramatic or symbolic ritual with the ideas of magic in order to obtain communion with a deity. Sometimes the deity is supposed to be incarnate in a human being or an animal and is then sacrificed, and communion with the divine spirit ensured by partaking in a solemn and ritual way of the flesh. This appears to have been the rule in the Orphic religion as well as many savage cults. Later, some object is often substituted and communion ensured by partaking of this, as in Christian ritual. Or the ritual meal may be omitted and the sacrifice continued. The rites of Thammuz or Adonis, in which the personified or symbolized god was each year sacrificed to rise again as the expression of the next year's new-gained fertility, constitute a case in point, and have been fully analyzed by Fraser. Miss Murray believes that a similar need for periodic sacrifice of a human being embodying divinity was one of the central tenets of the pre-Christian religion of Western Europe, which, driven underground by Christianity, came to be known as the witch cult. Here the sacrifice had, it appears, to be voluntary, which would account for the numerous cases of voluntary confession leading to inevitable death by men and women witches in the 16th and 17th centuries, and this voluntary sacrifice on the part of one of the adherents of the religion would give the sense of communion and the sacrifice to the whole congregation. D.H. Lawrence, in his Mornings in Mexico, has recently described the deer dance of one of the Indian tribes. Mr. Lawrence is a novelist, not versed in anthropology, but he has a sensitive mind, and it is interesting to find how the sense of communion by identification has impressed him in watching the rite. Everything, he says, is very soft, subtle, delicate. There is none of the hardness of representation. They are not representing anything, not even playing. It is a soft, subtle being something. Yet at the same time, it is a game, and a very dramatic, naive spectacle. The old men trot softly alongside, showing all their wrinkles, but they are experiencing a delicate, wild, inward delight, participating in the natural mysteries. You have it all, the pantomime, the buffoonery, the human comicalness, but at the same time, quivering bright and wide-eyed in unchangeable delight of solemnity, you have the participating in a natural wonder." End quote. As a reviewer of the book puts it, Lawrence finds the Indian, quote, "merging all forces and himself in the mystery of creation, a drama that cannot be judged or rationalized because there is nobody to judge it from outside." End quote. The other root of the desire to escape from self is the desire to be rid of the burden of sin. I have not the space to embark on this formidable topic, but I can perhaps throw out a few hints towards its better consideration. Two important facts meet us at the outset, namely that the sense of sin is often much more strongly developed in what the opinion of the world would class as quite virtuous people than in genuine criminals. Indeed, modern psychological study makes it clear that a considerable proportion of criminals become criminals because they are endowed by heredity with a subnormal moral sense and insufficient capacity for experiencing the sense of sin at all. In the second place, we often find that the sense of sin may be strongly aroused by infringing apparently neutral, stupid, or meaningless injunctions, much less so by the transgression of universally recognized moral rules. The first depends upon the psychological fact that there cannot be a sense of sin without a conflict. In general, the stronger the conflict, the stronger the sense of sin. This is well illustrated by the records of those who have experienced sudden conversion. They almost invariably exaggerate, often to a ludicrous extent, the sinfulness of perfectly ordinary worldly activities or of trivial moral lapses which occurred before their conversion. The second depends upon the power of taboos to acquire a formidable charge of sanctity. The doctrine of original sin is a theological perversion of natural fact. It is a fact that all human beings begin life with an equipment of instincts, impulses, and desires, at war with one another, and often out of harmony with the realities of the physical, social, and spiritual world. A child is like an animal or a bird in that one impulse at a time comes into full possession of its mental life, only to be replaced by another in a flash when the time comes. Rational self-restraint, altruism, and control, the uniting of the separate impulses into a unitary mental organism, and the molding of this in adaptation to reality can only come with the growth of reasoned reflection and emotional illumination. Further, it is also a fact that, while the majority of human beings attain in their normal mental development to a reasonably balanced and adapted state, which may be called that of the reasonable natural man, yet a few here and there reach a further condition, sometimes called illumination or grace or faith or salvation, in which they reach a devotion to an ideal and an inward certitude which is out of the ordinary. But to assert the dogma that this latter state is due to supernatural grace, and that the former fact implies that we are all conceived in sin, born damned, by nature evil, is an unwarranted addition, the outcome of the theological necessity of linking up the story of the fall with the supposed unique redemptive powers of Jesus, although the former had been believed in for centuries without arrière-pensée, and precisely the same type of redemptive power had been ascribed to divinities in Orphism, Mithraic worship, and elsewhere, without involving the idea of original sin. Sin and the sense of sin will always be with us to torture and weigh down, but as I have said elsewhere in this book, The religion of the future will try to prevent men being afflicted with a sense of sin, rather than encouraging it and then curing it. So far, I have said little about what is often spoken of as the kernel of religion, namely faith. This has been because faith can hardly be considered without some study of its psychological basis. As a start, I may quote from Thulis, who writes on religious psychology from the standpoint of a psychologist who is also a professing Christian. Quote, "The method by which our beliefs are influenced by other people is not, on the whole, reasoned demonstration. The child does not have the existence of God proved to it in its religious lessons. It is still true in later life that the simple affirmation of religious doctrines by a person for whom we have respect, or the mere fact of the holding of such doctrines by the persons amongst whom we live, may have an authority over us compared with which the influence of the most convincing chain of reasoning is negligible. The method by which beliefs are transmitted to us, otherwise than by reasoned demonstration, is suggestion." Professor McDougall, discussing the matter on purely scientific grounds, writes that suggestion is, quote, "the imparting of a proposition in such a manner that it is accepted with conviction, independently of any logical grounds for such conviction," end quote. Further, all authors are agreed that suggestion in the ordinary waking state differs only from suggestion in hypnotic trance, in that the effects observed are not so extreme. The precise methods by which suggestion is brought about need not concern us deeply. McDougall, in his Abnormal Psychology, summarizes the psychological theories on the subject, while Pavlov, in his Conditioned Reflexes, brings us nearer to the possibility of an explanation in terms of nerve physiology. In all cases, however, there comes in the feature, noted both by Thulis and McDougall alike, that an idea obtains authority over our mind and becomes accepted with a powerful sense of conviction, quite apart from its appeal to reason, logic, or experience. In some way or other, that is to say, the part of the mind concerned with the acceptance of the idea is more or less completely dissociated from, switched off from connection with, that part connected with the power of making rational judgments on the basis of past experience. In a good case of hypnotism, the dissociation is practically complete. A man may be persuaded that he is someone else, that he cannot unclasp his hands, that the back of a playing card is a photograph of his father, that 2 out of 5 similar objects on the table under his eyes are not there at all, and so on, and will act in full accordance with the induced belief. An ordinary suggestion, where the individual in his waking state accepts statements made by some authority without bothering about their logical implications, the dissociation is only partial. We may say that the control of experience and reason is weakened but not removed. The confidence trick and the gold brick swindle both depend upon successful suggestion. The procedure adopted in either case is hardly in accordance with common sense or ordinary business experience. Yet by suggestion, the swindlers generate a belief which every year overrides the common sense and business experience of dozens of hard-headed fellows and leaves them poorer in consequence. The Christian Scientist can believe that pain has no real existence. The fundamentalist can believe in Noah's Ark or Jonah's whale. The be-propaganded patriot in the war could believe that all Germans were not human beings, but fiends incarnate. The Mohammedan can believe and feel that it is shocking for a woman to show her face, while we can find it shocking for her to show her leg above the knee at ordinary times, though we do not find it so on the bathing beach. Those who are told that ghosts and witches exist experience no difficulty in finding evidence of them. In most cases of waking suggestion, however, the fact suggested is either not too unlike ordinary experience to be impossible, or it has a basis of real truth, or the logical and rational reasons against its truth are unfamiliar or difficult of comprehension. The success of the confidence trick depends on the actuality of real confidence between friends. The belief of the Christian Scientist reposes upon the real fact that much pain can be made to disappear by not brooding over it. The suggestion that a particular garb or lack of garb is indecent depends upon the fact that indecency exists. The belief in witchcraft or in a flat or a central earth is possible because the chain of reasoning which excludes magic or demands a spherical circling globe is comparatively complex. End section 24. Section 25 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 5. It might be thought, if suggestion always depended upon a partial disregard of our mental watchdog, rational experience, that it must always be undesirable, and that it was very difficult to understand its origin on evolutionary principles. On the contrary, suggestibility can, on a little reflection, be seen to be a biological necessity, particularly in the early stages of man's evolution. If it is necessary for certain types of action to be performed in strict accord with the dictates of reason and experience, it is equally necessary for other actions to be performed unquestioningly at the behest of authority or of communal feeling. We all know that only one man can be captain aboard ship, and that what counts in war is victory. There must have been thousands of men and women on both sides in the Great War who hated the idea of war, but who, once war was there, acquiesced as a necessity, though not without a feeling of nausea, to the unleashing of the forces of propaganda, in other words, of national suggestion, in order to enlist more of the will of the country. But even apart from emergencies like war, suggestibility and suggestion are necessary for any community. To take the scientific sphere alone, it is probably quite impossible today for any one man, however brilliant and hard-working, to master the main evidence in all fields of scientific knowledge. How much more impossible, then, for the man with limited leisure to do so. This means, however, that many of the ideas of science must either be taken on trust by a great number of people, or else not accepted at all. In education, even the most ardent advocates of the child's finding things out for himself admit that, life being short and knowledge infinite, it is impossible to apply the principle radically, but that the child must be told some things and must believe them. We may sum up by saying that on the one hand, the concerted relation of leadership and subordination would be impossible without some suggestibility and also the diffusion of knowledge. On the other hand, and this is a vital point, suggestibility need not be abject, nor faith blind or misdirected. The educated man need not be able to follow all the evidence on which the modern theory of the atom or the hereditary constitution is based, but he can have a basis of scientific training and knowledge and an understanding of scientific method which makes his acceptance a reasonable one. The sailor need not understand the reasons for the order given by his superior officer, but he can understand why obedience on shipboard is necessary and not merely obey like a dog. We may put it from a slightly different angle. Suggestibility and its results, obedience or faith, irrespective of logical reasoning, are characters of the human species, mental properties which exist whether we like them or not, and they can be employed, like any other of the raw materials of human mind, either well or ill. The mind will employ them ill if it takes the bit between its teeth and allows the dissociation between suggested idea and rational experience to remain as unbridged as possible. It will employ them well if it does its best to test the irrational possibilities of suggestion against its store of reasoned knowledge. In this way, it will acquire for its use the forcefulness of suggested convictions, but prevent them from leading the personality astray into actions not only non-rational, but opposed to truth. Here, as everywhere else in the mental life, reason and experience, though they can do little to initiate, can do everything to guide and control. Once it is properly appreciated that faith rests upon precisely the same basis as hypnotic suggestion, religiously minded people should be the first to see that the faith which they have should not be purely arbitrary, the result of authority alone, but rational. The day has gone by when a saying such as "credo que impossibile est," I believe because it is impossible, could be regarded with approval. Nor will the saying, "faith is the evidence of things not seen," meet the outlook of today. Faith is belief in the nobler hypothesis, is too reminiscent of such rhetoric as Disraeli's "I am on the side of the angels" to be satisfying. Is not faith rather the sum of our beliefs as they predispose us to thought and action, whether these beliefs are purely reasoned or purely suggested, or based on suggestion tempered with reason? And ought it not be a reproach instead of a boast that faith can be upheld in opposition to reason, and human nature, here again, divided against itself? It will be objected that I have throughout been using the term faith on its lower level of meaning, simply as belief in certain propositions or acquiescence in the commands of certain kinds of authority, and have neglected that higher, and it is often claimed specifically religious, kind of faith which is powerful to remove mountains, inspires steadfastness unto death, and is indeed a passion of the soul and not mere assent. This is in truth an amazing phenomenon of the mind. It is a complex state of the soul in which complete conviction, such as is obtained by suggestion, is combined with the deepest and most powerful desires. It is not, however, true to say that it is solely a property of the religiously minded. The choice of Regulus, or the behavior of thousands in the European war, show that it may be generated in relation to patriotism, the fantastic exploits of true lovers, in which overpowering, but by no means necessarily rational or correct, belief that the loved one is of supreme value is combined with profoundest desire, that it may be generated in relation to individual human beings. On the other hand, it will be found that its highest manifestations are those in which the sense of sacredness is involved, and where other religious motives, too, in the shape of concern with general ideas of human destiny, also play their part. That faith at this highest pitch has a vital part to play in life, few would deny, but its passionate certitude carries with it the danger to the individual of self-delusion, the danger to others of intolerance and persecution. If the men whose business it is to think and to carry the burden of perplexity towards intellectual solution, the Marthas of the mind, can wholeheartedly admire the rare Mary whose spiritual passion of faith forces the soul into an inevitable rightness of growth and lovely flowering, they have also the right both to point out the all too numerous weeds which this same faith may generate when growth goes astray, and to demand consideration and respect from faith for their activities and the spiritual plants that grow from them. The two are complementary. Each has its sphere, its triumphs and its failures. Alone, both the one and the other tend easily to evolve into the incomplete or even the monstrous. Ritual also deserves some consideration. This does not, so much as theology, become attached secondarily to the religious emotion, but rather grows directly out of it as its immediate expression. In some cases, even, non-moral actions, such as those performed in a state of exaltation, may be regarded as in themselves sacred, and here ritual, in the form of these actions, may make a primary contribution to the sum of religion. On the other hand, so soon as intellect and morality have been roped in to become part of the field of religion, conclusions can be drawn from them which demand fulfillment in ritual. The simplest forms of ritual are those actions which are the natural accompaniments of a sense of awe or reverence, obeisance, kneeling or prostration, exclamations, great care for the object of reverence, and a desire to adorn and beautify it. But there are certain actions and their accompanying feelings which are almost universally regarded as sacred by primitive man, owing to the sense which accompanies them of being possessed by some fresh and external power, the various states of exaltation. Exaltation may come in connection with epileptic fits, with intoxication, with the taking of various drugs, with dancing, with the communal frenzies, recorded even at many modern revivals of shaking and of speaking with tongues. Insofar as the sense of exaltation can at all be obtained by deliberate performance of certain actions, the ritual of these actions may be embodied as an integral part of a religion. Some of the most curious feelings of exaltation are those associated with the taking of anesthetics, like ether or laughing gas. A number are mentioned by William James. The interesting thing is that just before becoming unconscious, the subject often has a thrilling sense of having solved the riddle of the universe, accompanied by both peace and exaltation. On waking, however, the revelation turns out, apparently invariably, to be either meaningless or banal. Colonel Blood, for instance, one of James' correspondents, records having been vouchsafed an anesthetic revelation which, in his remarkable style, he describes as having seemed like 19 centuries of brain sweat crystallized into a jewel 5 words long. The jewel, however, turned out to be merely the not very illuminating proposition, "The universe has no opposite." Oliver Wendell Holmes, the writer and medical man, in his Mechanism in Thought and Morals, records a good example of the commonplace type, which he himself experienced after ether. Quote, "The veil of eternity was lifted. Henceforth all was clear. A few words had lifted my intelligence to the level of the cherubim. As my natural condition returned, staggering to my desk, I wrote down the all-embracing truth still glimmering in my consciousness. The words were these: children may smile, the wise will ponder. Quote, a strong smell of turpentine prevails throughout. End of quote. As he rightly says, the wise will ponder. Eskimo and Indian priests, medicine men, are often chosen on account of epileptic tendencies. Certain dervishes produce a state of religious exaltation by violent dancing, as do various Negro tribes. Rivers records how among the Todas of India divination may be accompanied by a species of hysterical possession, the automatism known as speaking with tongues, or in later psychological parlance as glossolalia, was highly prized by the early Christians as part of their religious life. The Bacchanals combined wine and the dance to produce a mystic frenzy. The modern sect of Shakers live up to their name, and extraordinary scenes of the sort are recorded of revivalist camp meetings in America. In such cases, the ritual imposes itself directly as a part of the religious life. But when, for instance, belief in a powerful supernatural being prompts the adoption of rites of propitiation by sacrifice or offering, the ritual is added consequentially. The highest forms of ritual are those in which the two aspects are united. Ritual at its best is like a good work of art, in that it both expresses and generates emotion and thought. The difficulties which have grown up concerning ritual and the last few centuries are on the whole secondary difficulties, the necessary consequence of primary difficulties in the sphere of theology. Many of the Puritan and Protestant difficulties, like the difficulties of the great controversy about image worship in the 8th century, about idols, visible images and pictures, the virtual worship of saints, and so forth, have a theological origin. If God is essentially a purely spiritual being, then it is logical to worship him by the aid of pure spirit alone, and any material representation is a degradation of this spirituality. But common sense has usually triumphed over this logical point and allowed a reasonable symbolism. Other difficulties are largely a matter of taste, such as that over vestments and elaborate ceremonial, though here, of course, the echoes of historical cleavages are still powerful, the Protestant often not judging such practices on their merits, but seeing in them the scarlet shadow of Rome. In general, it may be said that for a common service, some form of ritual, however non-formal, is a necessity, but that the precise form of the ritual will inevitably depend partly on historical causes, partly on the taste and mental temper of the worshippers, the Quaker finding both Salvationist and Anglo-Catholic busied about vain things, the ritualist finding the revivalist vulgar and the Quaker devoid of savor, and so forth. The chief psychological danger of ritual is that too much sanctity may become attached to its precise performance, and so the means become an end. As a result, in the sphere of morals, rigid ritual taboos are substituted for true morality, as in later Jewish religion, while on the emotional or expressive side, reverence is swamped in what seems to the outsider at least a childish love of dressing up and of gorgeous mumbo-jumbo. Another important point may perhaps be considered here. I am thinking of the satisfaction of religious feeling in ways which are outside the domain of religion as ordinarily understood and as organized in a church. Do not let us forget that in the Middle Ages the church extended its sway over many more departments of life than it does today. The church building had not yet been cut off by the Puritan spirit as a bare house of God to the exclusion of all else. As a place for the exhibition of sacred and natural rarities had served as a museum. It was usually the only approach to an art gallery. As stage for the mystery plays, it was a theater. As place of plain song and chanted mass, a concert room. The reading of the Bible stories in the lessons was half the average man's chance of literature. The church porch is still used for many official notices. In old days, it was much more both of a social and a business center. In addition, before the rise of the universities, monasteries were among the chief centers of scholarship and of medical knowledge, as well as of various arts and crafts. That is all gone. There is now a division of function, and we have our museums, our art galleries, our concert halls, libraries, theaters, our secular universities, and the functions of the church, both as organization and as edifice, are narrowed down. From the point of view of the diffusion of thought and ideas, man has passed through 4 main stages and is now entering upon a 5th. He began with speech alone. He proceeded to the invention of writing, and so to the greater permanence and accuracy of his tradition. Then came printing, with the possibility of multiplication of the written word. With the industrial era, there came the substitution of the machine power for manpower, with consequent new multiplication of the multiplying capacity of the printing press, and therefore the possibility of the dissemination of ideas literally to everybody, in every place, owing to the cheapness of mass production. Finally, in the last half-century or so, we have entered upon a new era, whose implications and whose possibilities we have hardly yet envisaged. This is the era of new modes of spreading human thought and human achievement. Even if we leave out photography and telegraphy, there remain the invention of the gramophone, the invention of the cinema, the discovery of wireless, and the perfection of cheap color printing. All these, in their several ways, are completely altering the whole problem of the diffusion of culture, and so of the growth of culture and civilization itself. Not only is the spread of ideas and knowledge, already facilitated by writing and printing, now again facilitated and speeded up, but the achievements of the human spirit in music and painting can today be spread and enjoyed in ways previously impossible. What, it may perhaps be asked, has this to do with religion? It has a good deal to do with it. Before the perfection of writing, religion could not but be mainly a social affair. Its social ceremonials and professed belief were the chief way of expression for the religious spirit. With the introduction of writing, it was possible for those who could read and write to find an outlet in writing for the expression of their own personal ideas, and in reading to commune with the thoughts of other individuals, in addition to participating in the unindividual, socialized thought and feeling of organized religion. This process was accelerated by the introduction of printing, but so long as books were dear and education restricted, that is to say, even in the most civilized countries, until the middle of last century, organized religion was bound to remain socialized if it was to affect the bulk of the community. End section 25. Section 26 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 6. But now industrialism, universal education, improved transport and communications, and the progress of invention are putting a different complexion on affairs. You remember what Milton once wrote, "A good book is the precious lifeblood of a master spirit, embalmed and treasured up on purpose to a life beyond life." If the spiritual lifeblood of the great masters of thought is available to everyone, why go to church and listen to familiar prayers and to a prosy sermon when you could stay at home and receive new knowledge and deeper thoughts from a book? Goethe, Emerson, Wordsworth, Blake, Carlyle, Dante, Sir Thomas Browne, Shelley, and the rest of the assembly of immortal spirits, they jostle each other on your shelves, each waiting only to be picked up to introduce you to his own unique and intense experience of reality. The Origin of Species is today a good deal more profitable as theology than the first chapter of Genesis, and William James' Principles of Psychology will be a better commentary on the Decalogue than any hortatory sermon. The poetry of Herbert or Donne or Vaughan, of Francis Thompson or Walt Whitman will introduce you to new ways of mystic feeling. Trevelyan's History of England is likely to be a more salutary history lesson because nearer home than the historical books of the Old Testament. Whitehead's Science in the Modern World is more likely to help the perplexed mind of a 20th century Englishman than the apocalyptic visions of Revelation or the Neoplatonic philosophy of the Fourth Gospel. To sacrifice a score of Sundays to making acquaintance with the ideas of other great religions like Buddhism would be very much preferable, even from the purely religious point of view, to continuance in the familiar round and the familiar narrowness of one's own church. And the same is true in other spheres. You may get much more spiritual exaltation and joy out of a Beethoven concert, or even out of Beethoven on the gramophone, than by listening to your local organist play Mendelssohn or the March of the Priests. You may exercise your highest faculties by travel, now that travel is easy and cheap, or you may stay at home and discipline your mind with reproductions of what the great artists and sculptors and architects have imagined and expressed. If you are primarily in love with morality and character, you may obtain a fuller insight into them by reading the great novelists and playwrights and the biographies of great men than by confining yourself to the Bible and the saints. What is more, there is no reason whatever why in all such activity you should not in your degree be participating in the religious life. All philosophy and science, all great art, all history, all lives of men, one and all may inspire to reverence or exaltation, or be made the subject of reflection, which, being concerned with great problems in a grave and reverent way, is more truly religious than any pietism. It might be said that if this is the case, there is no room left for organized worship. I do not think this is so. There will always remain the religious satisfaction of plunging the mind in a common social act, and always a satisfaction in familiar ritual hallowed by time and association. There is also, to many people, a satisfaction in symbolism, and to others in finding, in the combined privacy and publicity of the church service, a simultaneous release from the world and from the individual self. On the other hand, it seems clear that the more opportunities there are for satisfying this or that aspect of the religious life outside a set service and a church building, the less important will service and building become. Perhaps, if organized religion would relinquish its false theological position, and the happy time were to dawn in which one common basis of thought were to be generally accepted, perhaps then a double way out of the difficulty would be found. On the one hand, the set service could be reduced, the old-fashioned sermon be more and more replaced by an address or lecture, or by a reading from some good book, and what are usually called secular activities in the way of music, intellectual discussion, plays, lectures, etc., be introduced into the church. I say introduced, I had better say reintroduced, for it would be in a sense a return to medieval practice. There is in some quarters a tendency in this direction already manifest today. Religion has to realize that she has fallen from the autocratically dominant position she held for centuries, that the most she can do, after pure science and pure art, discovery and invention, business and organization have all broken away and are making their own approaches to reality, is to help these other modes of life, on whom the burden and heat of the day is now mainly falling, by whatever of goodness and strength, of peace and refreshment she can find in the religious spirit. On the other hand, activities like art and music and affairs, now that they have torn themselves from the apron strings of their medieval nurse and demonstrated their independence, can perhaps afford to remember that a little of the best side of the religious spirit is like salt in cooking. It improves most things. There is no need for a performance of Bach's famous Mass, or for that matter of a Beethoven concerto or quartet, to be performed in a tawdry, frivolous, or irreverent atmosphere. As a matter of fact, almost all good music demands some reverence, however critical, for its appreciation, and so, for that matter, does any other work of art, and many intellectual achievements too. But I need not labor the point. Once it is acknowledged that the essence of religion is the sense of the sacred, the rest follows. As matters stand today, we have the cleavage between Orthodox religion, which has hitched its wagon, the sense of the sacred, not to a star, but to a traditional theology, and a large body of educated people who, rejecting the theology, are forced to stand outside religion too. And as one of the minor curious and unforeseen results of this state of affairs, we have the exaggerated deference and homage paid by a large section of the public to the artist and the imaginative writer. With them, the artist and the writer have taken the place of the prophet and the priest. Owing to their usual extreme individualism and lack of deep grounding and any common basis of knowledge, the artist and the writer, on the whole, very indifferently fulfill the role which has been thrust upon them. But the situation is more the Church's fault than theirs. It can only be remedied when the view of religion has come to be more limited in its ambition, but more Catholic in its sweep, and great men and great art come into their due place in the religious outlook. One of the most vital things is to have singleness of heart. If religion be an art, it must be unified, like a good work of art. The artist learns, or knows without learning, if he is a good artist, that it is not variety or size or quantity of objects represented which make a great picture, but its inherent quality, something which only comes through seeing it as a whole, with a single vision, and uniting in the single expression all kinds of ideas, hints, formal beauties, reticences, conflicts. So it comes about that a single figure may contain far more, be much nearer infinity than a vast scene, as indeed is the case with Michelangelo's Sibyls in the Sistine Chapel when compared with his Last Judgment there, or a picture of a bedroom chair, like that by Van Gogh in the Tate Gallery, bring us nearer to something absolute than any coronation scene by the most fashionable of court painters. The same principle indeed works in other spheres. To love one woman fully is to wish not to love any other woman fully. If a philosopher existed who was both purely rational and had also never fallen in love, this would doubtless seem to him very absurd. How could one limited human female, when so many and such diverse types exist, satisfy the mind's craving for variety? The answer is that it is so, but also that as a matter of fact, this complete giving of the self in one way to one person makes it possible, so is the mind constructed, to give and to receive more freely, but in a different way, to and from other beings, whereas the attempt to love many completely is impossible in practice, and with no single one does the love attain fullness. In these and other cases, what counts, what brings us nearer the absolute, is quality, not quantity, unity overpowering diversity, not merely diversity itself. This, if in somewhat other terms, was fully and finely stated by the great Spinoza, to whose ethics the reader is referred for much both true and sublime on these hard subjects of freedom, eternity, and the absolute. So it is with religion. All religions which have passed the primitive stage demand this singleness of approach. It may be necessary for personal religion to achieve intensity at the cost of limitation, in this again resembling artistic expression. If this be so, then a difficult problem remains, as between personal and organized religion, since, as we have repeatedly seen, limitation of organized religion recoils onto life and means that organized religion will sooner or later come into conflict with expanding life on its road to progress. The problem is how to organize religion so that the Church's creeds and ritual shall be comprehensive and yet not colorless and general, while permitting freedom for the individual worshiper to make his own religious life intense and personal, and yet not bigoted or obscurantist. Luckily, it is not for me to suggest a solution. Had space permitted, many other interesting applications of psychological method and discovery to the interpretation of religious experience could have been adduced. However, they may be studied in a number of valuable works, such as those of Thulis, V. Hugel, Underhill, Mdugel, Selby, etc. End section 26. Section 27 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 8, Psychology and Religion, Part 7. For the purposes of the present study, a brief recapitulation and summary of one or two salient points is all that remains for me to do. The mind is not static. It grows like the body, but its transformations after birth are much more considerable than those of the body in the same period, and are comparable in extent to prenatal bodily changes. In addition, the range of transformations possible to it is very great, unlike the narrowly determined development of body. Like the body, it must be adapted to its environment, but unlike the body, it is not given us with its adaptations automatically prepared, but adaptation has to be achieved by each individual during his lifetime. The adaptations may be on a low and incomplete plane, permitting only limited control, or on a high plane and far more complete, permitting much greater control and also much greater freedom and creative power. On either high or low plane, they may be beautifully adjusted, or there may be maladjustment and friction. The great problems of mental adaptation are twofold: to adapt the inner urge of instinct and impulse, longing and desire, to the actualities of the environment, social and natural, in which the individual has to live, and to discover means for achieving greater conscious control over the environment and greater independence and freedom for the individual and the expression of his individuality. All that the individual is provided with in infancy are certain broad innate tendencies or instincts, certain capacities of sensation and perception, and certain capacities of remembering, learning, and profiting by experience. There are no such things as innate ideas. The mind is a blank slate, not yet written upon. On the other hand, differences in the qualities and strengths of the innate tendencies, differences in the capacities for observation, attention, and learning help largely, together with the environment, to determine what shall be written there. Thus, the development of the mind is a gradual organization of the several separate and often opposed instincts and impulses, with the separate and often contradictory lessons of experience, into some sort of unity. As Santayana writes, commenting upon Spinoza, quote, "Given the propulsive energy of life in any animal that is endowed with imagination, it is clear that whatever he finds propitious to his endeavors he will call good, and whatever he finds hostile to them he will call evil. His various habits and passions will begin to judge one another. A group of them called vanity, and another called taste, and another called conscience, will arise within his breast. Each of these groups, insofar as they have not coincided or cooperated from the beginning, will tend to annex or overcome the others. This competition between a man's passions makes up his moral history, the growth of his character, just as the competition of his ruling interests with other interests at work in society makes up his outward career. The sort of imagination that can survey all these interests at once and can perceive how they check or support one another is called reason, and when reason is vivid and powerful, it gives courage and authority to those interests which it sees are destined to success, whilst it dampens or extinguishes those others which it sees are destined to failure. Reason thus establishes a sort of resigned and peaceful strength in the soul, founded on renunciation of what is impossible and cooperation with what is necessary." End quote. The foundations are laid in early childhood, but the memory of this period fades before a continuity of remembered mental life is attained. The other great critical period for the mind's development is and will always remain that of adolescence, because then new and powerful instinctive impulses come into prominence, and also because the individual is then leaving the sheltered life of childhood and being confronted with the problems of the environment in more serious form. The consciousness of self grows with the degree of organization of the mental life, but is present from an early stage. These elementary facts are basic for all psychology. More specifically important for the psychology of religion are certain further facts. There is, in the first place, the capacity for experiencing the feelings to which we give the name of sacred, uncanny, mysterious, holy. There is next the capacity for experiencing the sense of impurity, transgression, or sin. This may be aroused just as strongly by infraction of ritual or taboo as by moral transgression. The converse sense is that of spiritual regeneration, justification, or forgiveness. In achieving this, propitiatory sacrifice or renunciation of something dear to the self is a frequent method. Another is the flooding of the mind with a sense of grace which wipes out the sin. There is further the sense of the isolation of the self, its incompleteness or its feebleness. This sense of isolation and dependence can be overcome in various ways. One is by transgressing the bounds of the everyday self and tapping activities and sources of power not usually available. Another is by establishing, in one way or another, a sense of communion with some power outside oneself. Still another by surrendering the personal will to some greater and external power. The faculty known as suggestibility, though of course it plays a part in every part of social life, is also a very important basis of religious faith, while rationalization, or the urge to give reasons, is still an important basis of theology. The repression of experiences and impulses which are painful, and especially those which generate painful conflict, seems to be a necessary preliminary to conversion. On the other hand, there is the necessity, again and again during the process of organizing the mind, not to take refuge in repression, but to bring the conflicting impulses into the open and face the pain involved in so doing, if it is desired to reach a higher level of mental adjustment, and this is the psychological basis for the stress laid upon suffering, especially moral suffering, as a forwarding principle in religious development. The chief psychological alternatives to repression, which seems to be invariably harmful, are suppression by conscious control and sublimation. The word sublimation has been rather mishandled, but the essential point about it is that the growing mind, in its progressive self-organization, can build instincts and impulses into the machinery in extremely various ways. The instincts and other more complex impulses are tendencies to action. Certain stimuli arouse particular emotions and give the motor machinery an impulse to action. In lower animals, both the type of stimulus which arouses a particular instinct and the type of action in which the instinct, once aroused, will issue or attempt to issue are relatively, though by no means absolutely, fixed and invariable. But in man, both the kind of stimulus and the kind of action may be altered within very wide limits. To take the end of action first, fear may be made to issue not in flight, but in greater alertness or prudence. The sex instinct may be operative in the writing of a poem or the building of a business, or parental affection may be harnessed to work to pay the cost of education. On the other hand, by various processes, a different object from the normal may come to arouse the instinct or impulse by association, as when a piece of the clothes worn by a holy man is believed to be sacred enough to work miracles, or by substitution, as when a childless woman lavishes her affection upon a pet. Finally, simple instincts can be built up into complex, and the instincts or innate dispositions to action can be combined with habit and the results of experience to produce the more complex dispositions to action which the professional psychologist, for lack of a better word, calls sentiments. The religious sentiment is one of these, and it is not inherited as such, although certain inherited capacities like fear and reverence enter into it. The long and the short of it is that human dispositions to action are very plastic and may be altered at either end, both where they are sensitive to the outer world and where they act upon it, and in the middle, which decides the kind of action. The sublimation of a repressed impulse implies the utilization of the impulse for new ends of action, or its utilization in conjunction with other impulses for a higher mode of action, or both. Another point is the faculty of the human mind for projecting its emotions and ideas out of itself and leaving them fused with the external objects which have given them birth. But this I have dealt with elsewhere. From the point of view of religious psychology, it is important to remember that probably any intense emotion, whether fear, wonder, horror, disgust, sex love, admiration, is capable of becoming the basis for religious sentiment, belief, and action. It is so capable because all really strong emotions come with such a feeling of externality, a sense of something given, as Wordsworth puts it, and are, in the literal sense of the word, so extraordinary, such mysterious visitations, that something of numinous quality hangs about them. It is through this fact that such curious objects can become objects of religious worship, the snake which inspires horror, the wild beasts which generate fear, the human sex organs, and so forth. What, in later development, remains within the bounds of organized religion depends largely upon the way reason has worked upon the original raw theoplasm and upon social and historical accidents. But it should always be remembered that any particular religion will always be incomplete, and that many potential religion-arousing objects will not be utilized in it. They may be forced into opposition, so to speak, and acquire negative sacredness, become taboo or sinful, as has been the case with sex in Christianity, in striking contradiction to many religions in which sex and its emblems are part of worship, or it may be simply left out, as with the sacredness of tribe or country in medieval Christianity. As a result, with the growth of nationalism and the revival of this religious motive, patriotism has in reality become a subsidiary religion side by side with the other organized religious motives to which we usually restrict the name of religion. What I have been enumerating is a tedious enough catalog, but if my readers have had the patience to follow it, and still more, to verify each dry item by thinking out some tangible example as illustration, it will have served its purpose. It will have shown that man, inheriting as he does certain instincts and mental capacities, and born into the physical environment of this planet and the human environment of a social life and tradition, is bound to have some religious life, though it is by no means necessary that this religious life shall be religious in any narrow or conventional sense. It also will have shown that the raw materials of religion will always tend to be worked upon by the logical and classificatory reasoning passion of man, and also by the moral tendencies, so that out of crude manna there appear gods and creeds and moralities and churches. One or two conclusions, as it seems to me, emerge clearly enough from even a brief consideration of this difficult subject. In the first place, all sorts of the strangest experiences are neither supernatural nor pathological, but are natural though uncommon possibilities of the human mind. Trances, visions, or locutions, whether hallucinatory or of the type known as interior, mental ecstasy, the reproduction of marks on the skin, such as St. Francis' stigmata, by the power of suggestion, instantaneous cures of certain types of disease by faith, the imposing of one man's will on another through suggestion, whether in or out of hypnosis, the splitting of a personality into two, automatic writing, obsessions, impulses which act with compulsive force. All these are among the strange crops which may grow from the soil of human mind. Many of them may be pathological, but the majority are in themselves neutral, and whether they lead to disease or to fuller powers depends upon the objects to which they are directed, and whether or no they are duly balanced and held in place in the system of checks and counterchecks which makes for sane mind or for good government. To be always seeing visions is often a sign of a disordered mind, and yet a vision may not only condense into concrete form the aspirations and ideas working within a personality, but may refresh and reinforce them to new vigor. In partially dissociated personalities, automatic writing may reveal the existence of the subordinate personality and lead, under treatment, to a linking up of the two into one. Suggestion may be employed for good ends. The noblest faith, inspiring martyrs to die or saints to live, is an obsession, but an obsession with what is highest and strongest. In the second place, to understand the machinery of this or that experience of the religious life is not to strip it of value. At first blush, it may seem as if to accept the psychological account of inspiration, for instance, to believe that inspiration represents the inflow into consciousness of thoughts and feelings that had been fermenting in the subconscious, instead of believing that it was the authentic voice of God, was to disvalue it. On reflection, however, it is seen that the sense of disappointment is due only to the intellectual views which you may have previously held about theology. If you interpret reality in the dualist terms of, on the one side, a supernatural being who is power and love and truth, and on the other, poor mortals who are of no account without divine assistance and grace, these views will have so colored your thoughts that you cannot quickly adjust them to a new scheme of ideas. But if you believe that the desire and capacity for love and truth and beauty and right action do reside in the human mind, and that inspiration is a name for one of the ways in which these desires and capacities become manifested and actualized, it does not, even under strictest psychological analysis, lose one jot or tittle of its true value, though it may be stripped of false trimmings. Not only that, but the psychological interpretation has one great advantage over the theological. It does not puff up men or churches with a false assurance of certitude. The feeling of forgiveness and grace to a soul struggling with a sense of sin, the poignant experience of the value of others' atonement or of one's own suffering, the sense of communion with and peace in the realities that are around us, not only do these remain facts of psychological experience, whatever interpretation or explanation of them be offered, but their value is not in the interpretation, but in themselves. It is, of course, true that a false interpretation may give a fictitious value to this or that fact or experience, as when the false interpretation, which we call magic, gives fictitious value to various incantations or rites, or a false belief in the literal inspiration of the oracle at Delphi led to a fictitious value being attached to the oracle's deliveries, or a false theology leads to fictitious value being attached to scriptures supposed to be literally inspired, and so to irreconcilable disputes and even to wars. What I am concerned to show is rather that there are many experiences belonging to the religious life which are of value in and for themselves, and that neither does their supernatural interpretation add to them anything essential, nor the naturalistic interpretation strip them of anything vital. And my last point is that a patient study of psychology is essential if we want to have a religion which will do more good than harm. Without that study, we shall always be prone to accept at too high a value the dogmatic assurances of those who believe themselves inspired. We shall continue to be misled by the blind certitudes of feeling. We shall fail to call the sense of sanctity to heal within our own souls, but shall allow it to enwrap powers and creeds and books and customs and ethics until they become idols immune from criticism and healthy progress is made difficult. We shall help to perpetuate the dualism, which means one set of ideas for Sunday, another for the rest of the week, and also, by making religion supernatural, keeps it remote from ordinary life. Perhaps most important of all, from the religious point of view, are the strange facts concerning self-delusion and unacknowledged compulsion. It is perfectly easy for a reasonably healthy mind to feel entirely confident of being in the right, and yet to be in the wrong. Buried instincts and repressed tendencies, which are not only unacknowledged by, but actually unknown to the conscious part of the mind, may yet dictate to action and even make the conscious self find what it considers the best of reasons for the actions. Desire and suggestion between them will override reason and experience every time they come into conflict, unless the power of conscious reflection and deliberation is kept very wide awake. Psychology will help us in the comprehension of others and even in the comprehension of ourselves. The mind is capable of the most unlikely performances, the grossest errors. We are not likely to be able to set it right, to adjust it when it goes wrong, to keep it tuned up to its highest spiritual and intellectual efficiency, unless we take the trouble to know more about its machinery. We should not expect a motor mechanic to be able to repair our car unless he knew how the engine worked, nor, still more, a motor designer to design or make a more efficient car without not merely the empirical knowledge of how the engine works, but also a good deal of the general scientific principles, mechanical, electrical, and thermodynamic, which underlie its working. The human mind is a far more complex and intricate bit of machinery than a motor car, and yet religion is for the most part not concerned to know how it works before it sets out to repair it, nor to get a grasp of the physiological and psychological principles underlying that working before it seeks to raise it to new levels of efficiency and well-being. Know thyself has always been a valued injunction to the individual. It is still more important for an organization like a religious body whose views and decisions reverberate down the centuries. Through comparative religion and psychology, religion can come to know herself, her limitations, and her capacities. End of section 27. End of chapter 8. Section 28 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 9, Developed Religion, Part 1. The future remains. What is it to bring forth? Religion, if it is to be vital not only to the individual, but also to the community, makes three demands. It must be a deeply felt personal way of life. What a man does with his solitariness, is how Whitehead puts it. I should prefer to think of it rather more specifically as a way of life based on a particular emotional and spiritual approach, certain beliefs, and certain preferences in the realm of values. Insofar as definite religious communities or churches exist, these must have some sort of organization of their own. Organization is as necessary to any body important enough to merit the name of a church as is a skeleton to one of the larger animals, and the organization will be as necessary on the intellectual and moral sides as on the purely material and social side. But finally, and this has been much lost sight of in the past, owing to the unfortunate dualism underlying most religious thought and popular philosophy, the religious communities and the lives of individual religious people must have some organic relation with the community as a whole, their thought with its thought, their morals with its morals, their feelings with its feelings. We are apt to forget that the world is really growing up. Man as organism is still a young species, and civilization, if we date it from the twin discoveries of metalworking and agriculture, is a mere day in the biological centuries. But so rapid, during that negligible period of less than 10,000 years, has been the evolutionary advance made possible by speech and tradition and the other new properties of the human organism, that we are now justified to say that civilized man is in his adolescence and has the chance of attaining maturity. I say has the chance, for a species or a society is not pinned down like an individual among the higher animals to an inevitable development. It is plastic, and like some of the lower organisms, may reverse its differentiation, grow backwards, and revert to a simpler stage. Whether, as in the Dark Ages, the civilized world is going to undergo such a process of de-differentiation, it is impossible to say. It can be asserted, however, that it has at least the chance of maturity. As H.G. Wells pointed out in The Outline of History, every civilized community in the present age knows more about the general conditions of the human race in any and every previous age than did any single individual or community at the time. As for our perspective of knowledge in time, our continuity of historical outlook, it has never been even remotely approached. What could an historical outlook achieve to which 4004 BC was the date of the world's creation, or one to which classical Greece was the remotest horizon of antiquity, or human and animal evolution were a sealed book, undreamt of? The same is true for our knowledge of nature. It was impossible, before the later 19th century, to have any properly grounded idea of the unity of the natural world. Such ideas had been indulged in, but were rightly treated as hazardous speculations. Now they are forced upon our minds by the irresistible body of tested knowledge. In the same way, there is the sense of solidity given by the mere detailed knowledge and comprehension of the facts of nature, how the wind blows and the clouds arise, how valleys and mountains obtain their forms and gradually change, how the sun shines and the earth and moon circle round it, why earthquakes and volcanic eruptions take place, the how of chemical combination and the knowledge of the composition and properties of familiar substances, the way in which we and animals breathe, digest, move, feel, reproduce, how diseases are caused by bacteria, parasites, definite poisons, or lack of definite food substances. In all these and 100 other ways, civilization has an assured sense of acquaintance, a foundation of knowledge built in the world of external nature, which was impossible to any previous age. Equanimity and foresight used to move on a much thinner crust over the abyss of fear and mystery, acquiescence or despair. The solid Romans themselves directed their campaigns by augury from the flight of birds and the entrails of animals. The plague of London must have acquired an enormous addition of horror from the complete ignorance of the cause of the disease or any methods by which it could be combated. How could even the highest religious outlook expect any full achievement when, as in the Middle Ages, it found itself in an atmosphere of widespread superstition, belief in miracles, and in frankly magical ceremonies, when the most enlightened and influential rulers regulated their actions according to astrological calculations? How could morals, even the sternest, not become immoral when, as in the 17th century, knowledge had not banished the belief in witchcraft and the irrational fears and hates that naturally arose therefrom? The same, mutatis mutandis, is true for our control of nature. For a society founded on tradition, where discoveries were made only by accident, alteration was gradual and unconscious. Stability seemed natural, and man's main concern to make the best of what was inevitably given. The application of scientific knowledge has produced a very different outlook. Civilized man is beginning to realize that he can, if he so wishes, in large measure model the world in accordance with his desires. He has for some time realized this pretty thoroughly with regard to inorganic nature, and has now reached the same point in his outlook on organic nature other than himself. Noxious insects and parasites, tropical diseases, afforestation, agriculture, fisheries. He is beginning to see its full implications in regard to social development. Witness the recent outburst of activity in promoting town planning, nature reserves, and the conservation of wildlife, in preserving beautiful buildings from destruction, in saving the countryside from vandalism, in national education, in the concerted appeal for playing fields for poor children, and in 100 other ways. Finally, there is the extension of the same outlook to his own nature. That has hardly as yet got a foothold, but it is coming. This will bring profound changes of practice. Psychology and education between them are revealing what can be done in helping the individual to control himself. The study of heredity and population growth and the knowledge of eugenics and of birth control are pointing the way to wholly new aims, to a conscious control by man of his own nature and racial destiny. Medicine is ousting the idea, common to all primitive societies and accepted by all early religions, that disease is due to supernatural causes, whether magic or the will of a god, and pointing the way to man's achievement of health. How can the 20th century, grounded in this outlook, which is not only actually but inevitably new, be content with the same religious outlook which satisfied it when the natural world was uncomprehended, appeared chaotic as much as orderly, and the ideas of control and conscious change had not yet been born? Bearing this in mind, we may feel it natural and even desirable that a religion such as Christianity, for instance, should at its origin have set itself up as definitely hostile to the whole outlook of the world into which it was born, that when science was almost non-existent, morals chaotic, cruelty rampant, force the one great arbiter, and religions of every complexion, including those of barbaric crudity and beastliness, were jostling each other, all tolerated in the imperial city, Christianity should have proclaimed itself not merely as a way of salvation, but as the only way. But today, humanity is facing the possibility of attaining its maturity. We cannot really think it tolerable that it should be faced with perpetual conflict at the central heart of its being. If its maturity is to be stable or fully fruitful, it will be necessary for any religion of the future to be an aspect of its unitary and interconnected thought and life, not one of two opposing tendencies. I feel that any such religion of the future must have as its basis the consciousness of sanctity in existence, in common things, in events of human life, in the gradually comprehended interlocking whole revealed to human desire for knowledge, in the benedictions of beauty and love, in the catharsis, the sacred purging of the moral drama in which character is pitted against fate, and even deepest tragedy may uplift the mind. Nor must it be narrow-minded, but it must admit that this same high sense of sacredness and transcendent value may be vouchsafed in many ways and in many objects. Some may find it in poetry. Shelley was an avowed atheist and a hater of Christianity, but he was obviously of religious temperament. This could hardly be claimed of Keats, but to him beauty was certainly a sacrament. It may come through art or music, it may be vouchsafed through love, it may be found in the pursuit of pure truth. Think of Lucretius, Galileo, Pasteur, Thomas Huxley. It may be found in the practice of a life devoted to the service of humanity's suffering, as with Father Damien, or Mrs. Elizabeth Fry, or Dr. Schweitzer. Still others, like Richard Jefferies, or Wordsworth, or Thoreau, may find it in the solitudes of nature, or again, like born patriots, in a sanctification of their country. Let me give a couple of quotations to illustrate my assertions. Sir Henry Newbolt speaks of poetry as a transfiguration of life, heightened by the homesickness of the spirit for a perfect world. That well describes the sacramental effect of great poetry. John Donne, one of those rare souls in which poetical intellectual and religious ardors were blended, in his poem The Ecstasy describes the state of mind of two lovers. Quote, "Our hands were firmly cemented by a fast balm, which thence did spring. Our eye-beams twisted and did thread our eyes upon one double string. As twixt two equal armies fate suspends uncertain victory, our souls, which to advance their state were gone out, hung twixt her and me. And whilst our souls negotiate there, we like sepulchral statues lay. All day the same our postures were, and we said nothing all the day." End quote. The state, only with its objects altered, is just that which is found in religious mystics at a certain stage of their mystical development. Religion, properly so called, differs only from these in relating the objects of its feeling of sanctity to the individual's desire for salvation or righteousness, and to a definite set of beliefs or scheme of thought about the mystery of the universe and man's destiny therein. But if its brand of sanctity excludes that of the thrill of poetry, or denies the absolute value of intellectual discovery, or is hostile to the feeling of sanctity enveloping and spending itself upon purely humanitarian ends, then so much the worse for it. All it has a right to ask is that those who pursue other approaches shall try and see whether their ideas are not narrow, whether they cannot be related to a wider sweep of reality. It is all very well for Browning to say, "We live by admiration, hope, and love," even had he struck a rather deeper note by substituting veneration for admiration and introduced a plea for pure knowledge. This would have been but a partial view. What we live by must be organized. The different ideas and aspirations, the goals and springs of conduct must be brought into relation with each other and with a full experience of outer reality in the widest possible way. This is where organized religious thought makes its contribution to civilization. In any such intellectual organization of religious thought, there appear to me to be three main categories to be considered. The first is constituted by the powers of nature, the second by the ideal goals of the human mind, the third by actual living beings, human and other, insofar as they embody such ideals. As we have already seen, the personification and glorification of these would give us an approximation to the theological doctrine of the Trinity, though in various details, especially as regards the first person, there would still remain considerable differences. Mr. H.G. Wells proposed the name the veiled being for a conception closely akin to my first one. I find the term misleading. Insofar as the reality herein included is in truth a spiritual being, it is so completely veiled as to recede into the unapproachable realms where, for instance, dwells Herbert Spencer's unknowable. And insofar as the reality is not veiled, it is definitely not a being. If a name is required, power, it seems to me, should be the noun. What is apprehended by the religious consciousness here is the eternal power which is outside man, power possibly in part spiritual, certainly in all its most obvious aspects material. Corresponding to the third person of the Trinity, and logically in this scheme too, coming last, is pure spirit or idea. It is constituted by the sum of man's general and ultimate notions about truth, beauty, goodness. It forms a definite and real part of the atmosphere in which human beings grow up. Since it consists of general ideas, its implications can never be exhausted. It always urges man onto goals which can never be completely attained. It is indeed spirit in its most general form, and insofar as a natural object for religious feeling, a Holy Spirit, even if completely impersonal. The third may perhaps be thought of, from the point of view of religion, as spirit realizing itself in living matter, spirit progressively embodied, eventually coming to exert a control over nature and life. At its lowest, it is a spark of spirit dimly and unconsciously sharing existence with material body. At its highest, it is conscious spirit directing evolution in accordance with its desires and will. Throughout, it is a movement towards more mind, expressing itself in the realities of individual lives, characters, and achievements. It connects the other two aspects of reality. It is incarnate spirit, embodied in life the mediator. These ideas can be, of course, analyzed and dissected. It is the function of science to do so in the most detailed and dispassionate way possible, of philosophy to relate them to its metaphysical background, of theology to discuss them in relation to man and his personal and racial destinies. Enough, however, will have been said to show that this analysis can be properly made. Meanwhile, the idea of natural fact and power remains something unitary, a perfectly genuine conception, however detailed an analysis, physics, chemistry, and the rest of the natural sciences may make of its component parts. And the same is true of the psychological analysis of the second and the biological analysis of the third idea. These three categories of fact, however, are closely related. Abstract idea and pure ideals are properties of living human organisms. Human organisms are continuously linked with all other organisms, plant and animal, by the evolutionary process, and this existing stream of organic life must itself have evolved continuously from non-living matter. All three are merely different aspects of one reality, and insofar as our human destiny is concerned, the historical processes at work have been such as to make the spiritual or mental sides of this one reality emerge from insignificance into greater and greater importance until they come largely to dominate and control the material aspects. A recognition of these relationships and this unity is equally essential with the recognition of the three separate sets of facts. Thomas Hardy, throughout his writings, has stressed the arbitrary and capricious power indifferent to human life and human thought, as which it seems to me external nature must be perceived by anyone not blinded by theological preconceptions or his own desires. Where I would suggest he has gone astray is in setting this up as the essential reality and in neglecting to notice its relationship to the other realities I have been discussing. The three categories themselves and their relationship are not the same thing as the sum of the isolated brute facts which go to compose them. They are the facts as apprehended by the powers of the mind. They are reality embodied in experience, and so becoming organized and unified into an ordered and more vital reality. Had the word God not come, almost universally, to have the connotation of supernatural personality, it could be properly employed to denote this unity. For if my reasoning has been correct, what has been called God by men has been precisely this reality, or various aspects of it, but obscured by symbolic vestures. Perhaps the day will come when men will recognize this and throw away the veils. Until that time, it is best to use some other word or phrase. In any case, this reality, as a proper object for the religious sentiment, is something unitary and deserves a name. For the moment, I shall call it the sacred reality. The precise term, however, does not matter. What does matter is the recognition that the experience of the universe as affecting human life, and therefore as invested with sanctity, is a reality, and is the proper object of religion. End section 28. Section 29 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 9, Developed Religion, Part 2. As regards the relationship of this reality to human life, one further comment is in place. The category of natural power transcends human life on the material side as matter. It is external, and what is given in it is alien and unfamiliar. Humanity is one combination of the elements of reality, but there are an infinity of others, some exceedingly diverse. Humanity, however, consists of a number of bits of living matter and is thus rooted in what transcends it. The category of pure spirit also transcends humanity, but on the spiritual side and in a different way. It transcends any and every particular by being general, exceeds anything and everything actual by being ideal, and yet the capacity for thinking in these general and ideal terms is a capacity of particular and actual human beings. Humanity is much more intimately entangled with this aspect of reality, and transcendence and immanence are there more intricately interwoven. When we come down to more detail, there are many facts which need to be taken into account to get a proper picture of reality. We must accept, for instance, the fact that men are not fundamentally equal, but unequal in being endowed by the natural processes of reproduction with chemically different outfits of hereditary units. Development, both of body and mind, achievements and character, is a gradual realization of some of the potentialities inherent in these outfits. Development is a true epigenesis, to use the technical term, a bringing into existence of actually new and more complex organization. It is brought about by interaction of the hereditary outfit with the outer environment. Factors in hereditary constitution or in environment may limit very definitely the possibilities of development both on physical and mental sides. If, for instance, one particular human hereditary unit be different from normal in a particular way, the human organism is incapable, always and inevitably, of distinguishing red and green colors. Or if one particular chemical substance be absent from the child's diet, it will inevitably grow up stunted and deformed, a sufferer from rickets. Though the conditions in respect of higher intellectual and spiritual characters are clearly much more complex, the same undoubtedly holds good for them as well. The automatic working of Mendelian law may, to take an extreme example, produce a congenital imbecile who is no more capable of any comprehension of what a Christian means by God than he is of lecturing on advanced physics. And the converse is seen in those whose hereditary outfit equips them from the start with more than usual talent, in music, say, or mathematics, or spiritual sensitiveness. But, per contra, those same talents can only unfold into actuality when developing in a suitable environment. A wolf child could not become a mathematician, nor could a Paleolithic man, in the absence of musical tradition and musical instruments, have become a great musician. Destiny is the limiting force of heredity and environment, and freedom is human plasticity, the variety of possible development opening before a man endowed with a definite heredity. At first sight, this may seem to throw light on the eternal conflict between predestination and free will. In part, perhaps, it does so, but on such a view, the free will would only be apparent. What, at any rate, is certain is that the sense of free will and the accompanying fact of envisaging alternatives between which to choose is essential for action at high levels. Many of the leaders of religious thought have stressed the fact that the choice of the right alternative is inevitable to a mind which has both truly seen and truly felt the meaning of two alternatives. The intellectual parallel is instructive. What is essential and what is difficult in an intellectual problem is to see the intellectual alternatives clearly and to amass sufficient knowledge concerning their implications. Once this is done, the solution is inevitable. I have previously urged the view that mind and matter are merely two inseparable aspects of one more fundamental substance. Along somewhat similar lines, it may be said that what we call the sense of effort is, at one time or another, necessary in the process of achievement, and that the simultaneous holding of alternatives in the mind, with consequent sense of indetermination and need for choice, is a necessity for moral and spiritual as for intellectual advance. Certain it is that the freedom of the will is in a way paradoxical, for the more disciplined and efficient the mind, and the more clearly and fully the alternatives are envisaged, the quicker and more effortless is the choice, and yet the greater is the sense of freedom and spontaneity in the choice. It may well be that the controversy will turn out to be an unreal one, based on a false logic in the definition of freedom, and that what we call freedom consists essentially in the power of envisaging a number of alternatives together in the mind, while mere arbitrariness and non-determinate choosing, which is often thought to be the essence of free will, is really something which cannot exist and can indeed not really be thought at all. One salient way in which man differs from other animals is in the much greater range of potentiality given to him. There is very little difference between two healthy jellyfish, a little more, but still not much, between two monkeys, but the difference between two normal men may easily exceed the difference between a jellyfish and a monkey. This difference is, of course, mainly in the mind, but the mind is the most important part of man. From another aspect, it is equally clear that had circumstances been but a little different, a human mind might have developed into a mental organism quite different from its actual state, and equally that even the best developed minds fail to realize more than a fraction of the possibilities open to them, while the average man allows his mind to remain a baby instead of encouraging it to grow up, lives all his life like a chrysalis in a cocoon without realizing that he might, if he wished, emerge winged. Out of this raw material of possibilities, man builds his personality. Sometimes he does not realize what lies waiting to his hand. At others, he concentrates on some parts only of the mental dispositions and, consciously or more often unconsciously, represses the rest. These neglected or repressed realities of being have a way of taking their revenge and suddenly flooding up into consciousness, so that the personality, which had thought itself secure in the privacy of its smug, self-imposed limitations, suddenly finds itself in the presence of tremendous forces, not personal, and yet part of its own flesh and blood, vital realities which it had thought to escape, now confronting it and threatening, unless both welcomed and disciplined, to strike it down from off its pedestal of equilibrium. One of the most insidious enemies of true freedom is this unreasoned repression of certain instincts and all things connected with them. They continue to work in the subterranean part of the mind and will influence the process of thought going on above, so that consciousness is all the time finding reasons for acting in this or that way, rather than using reason. Thus, a false organization of the self, with its failure to unify the raw materials of spiritual gifts and its unresolved conflicts of desires or values, is a powerful source of instability and incompleteness, and must distort or cramp the religious outlook. On the other hand, the most potent force for ensuring that the personality shall be stably organized is a proper scale of values. The ethical history of man has been the gradual enlarging of his scale of values and the relegation of certain values from high to low position, and vice versa. The greatest change wrought by Christianity, for instance, was the dethronement of many such primitive values and their replacement by love, mercy, sacrifice, and humility. The scale of values is the architect's plan, which determines how the piles of timber and brick and stone shall be built into a building. Primitive man receives most of his scale of values ready-made. He imbibes them like the air he breathes. They are hard set in the tribal customs and standards whose foundations he does not even think about, much less question. The educated modern, however, must contribute something of his own effort to his scale of values. If he be not a spiritual and intellectual cipher, he will, however much he may have unconsciously absorbed during childhood, be faced with a need for readjusting his ideas as experience is forced upon him. Once he is forced to look into the matter, he will find that vast stores of experience gathered by others are available to him in books and in the minds of living men, and he is driven on, if he is worth his salt, until he has explored the main lines of knowledge, however cursorily, for himself, and found out what kind of fact there are which bear upon his personal problems. This is one of the main ways in which a developed differs from a primitive civilization. The one is locked up, away from expansion and change, in its little world of tight traditions, while the other is set in an open land whose boundaries of knowledge recede over the horizon. If the religious believe that the Spirit of truth be a gift from or a part of the third person of the Trinity, then to continue to shut oneself up in the swaddling clothes of primitive doctrine when the limbs of the Spirit might be freed for action is a sin against the Holy Ghost. Developed religion from this point of view may be thought of as confronting the external world with an inner scale of values and attempting to harmonize the two in life. If to this it be added that the specifically religious feeling of sacredness and reverence must play its part in the ceaseless encounter between outer and inner, the result is a good working definition. It may also be added that, from the standpoint of the individual, development and change must enter into the process. The child's mind cannot but be unorganized, must lack experience, must work on the childish plane, with crude association instead of sharpened reason, with undisciplined wish and fantasy instead of tempered desire and purpose. The passage from a childish to a mature way of thinking and feeling, from the infantile to the adult mental plane, is necessary. In the process, experience alters the scale of values, and they, in their turn, alter the way of dealing with experience. The various ways in which the individual spirit may succeed or fail, partly or wholly, in this traject from infancy to true manhood, are the province of the psychologist. It may, however, be safely asserted that for the majority of human beings, though by no means all, a scale of values which includes elements of a religious nature is needed if the development is to be at all complete or satisfactory. I would accordingly like to supplement my more comprehensive but static definitions, which I intended to apply to primitive as well as to developed religion, by something more specifically the concern of modern civilization, applying only to developed religion in which general ideas of morality and reason have asserted their right to attach themselves to the primitive concept of sacredness and to modify and extend the domain of religion and its expression. A developed religion, then, must satisfy the following requirements. It will not merely be confined to man's more or less immediate reaction to the mysterious or sacred. It will not be content with a system, often incomplete or self-contradictory, of mythology or of primitive rationalism as its theology, nor only with traditional ritual or formalism as its code of action. On the contrary, it will always extend its conception of what is sacred and a proper object of religious feeling to include man's destiny and his relation with the rest of the world. It will apply the pure force of intellect to its ideas and attempt a theology or intellectual basis which shall be both logical and comprehensive, accurate and coherent. It will also inevitably perceive that ethics and morality are keystones of human destiny, and link up its sacred beliefs with a pure ethic and a reasoned morality. It will, in a word, not be content to leave its religious life chaotic and unordered, with loose ends unconnected with the rest of reality, but will come more and more consciously to aim at an organized and unified scheme of religion, which further shall be connected with all other parts of the mental life, and it will attempt to achieve this by putting forward a scheme of belief and a scale of values around and over which man's aspirations to sacredness in emotion, thought, and action may most securely grow. Thus, a developed religion should definitely be a relation of the personality as a whole to the rest of the universe, one into which reverence enters, and one in which the search for the ultimate satisfactions of discovering and knowing truth, experience and expressing beauty, and ensuing the good in righteous action all have the freest possible play. Any conflict which prevents the personality from attaining wholeness is a hindrance. All taboos against considering any part of the universe in relation to man and his destiny are hindrances. So, too, are all restrictions upon the free use of reason or the free appeal to conscience. So far from Solomon Reinach's definition of religion as a sum of scruples impeding the free use of human faculty being a true one, it is the opposite of the truth for a properly developed religion. It is, unfortunately, the fact that it applies well enough to many primitive and moderately developed religions, but its applicability may be taken as an excellent touchstone for the degree of development which a religion has attained. Religious ideas and practices may be, as in many primitive peoples, closely adapted to the general life of society. When civilization is rapidly changing, however, they are often either ahead of or behind the general thought of the time. The ethics and spiritual insight of Jesus and of Buddha, for instance, were far ahead of their times, as was the theological insight of Abelard, or the moral zeal of some of the Hebrew prophets, or the love of learning by the better of the monks in the dark and early Middle Ages. More often, however, the unfortunate tendency of the sacred to become the untouchable, and therefore for religion to become an unduly conservative force, has led to religious thought and practice being below the general level of its times. The anti-evolution agitation in this country 60 or 70 years ago, and in the United States today, is an instance in the intellectual sphere. The refusal of the Roman Catholic and other churches to discuss such subjects as divorce or birth control in any reasonable spirit is an example in the moral sphere. The excessive formalism of Orthodox Jewish religion in the time of Jesus is an example in the field of ritual. The intolerance by many missionary societies of native custom and belief, as compared with the views of anthropological science and of enlightened administrators, will serve in the field of national ethics. What must never be forgotten is the fact that all sides of a religion must be considered. All will remember Nurse Cavell's remarkable words on the eve of her death: "Patriotism is not enough." The idea can be taken and applied to religion and its place in human life. Belief is not enough, and the sincerest religious feeling is not enough. In the long run, the most devout religious spirit will do more harm than good if it is coupled with false or incomplete intellectual views, or with a rigid code of morals based on authority instead of reasoned value, or with intolerance. In the long run, falsity or fixity, timidity, incompleteness, or sloth, in whatever department of the religious field, will take their revenge. Just because religion is so powerful and universal, just because it can embrace all human faculties and actions and all aspects of the world about us, therefore it can be a potent and violent force for evil as much as for good. Once this two-edged nature of religion is recognized, its potentialities for harm faced by the religious, its potentialities for good acknowledged by the rationalist, there will be more chance of progress from low, fixed, undeveloped, or underdeveloped religion which clogs the wheels of progress to higher, forward-moving, developed or developing religion which helps to lead the way. An undeveloped religion does impede human faculty. A developed religion is one which is so organized that it helps to unify the diverse human faculties and to give each of them the fullest play in a common task. End section 29. End chapter 9. Section 30 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 10, Conclusion, Part 1. The critic of what is established, the opponent of orthodoxy, whether it be an orthodoxy theological or economic, is almost invariably reproached for his destructiveness. It is true that there is such a thing as mere iconoclasm, and that certain types of minds are so powerfully moved by love of truth that the least inaccuracy or logical flaw is abhorrent to them, or find certain aspects of popular religion so grotesque or so abhorrent that religion as a whole seems tarred with the same brush. To them, religion is something to be attacked. They never pause to ask whether it be a good thing to throw out the baby with the bath. Indeed, it is probable that most of them have not noticed the baby and would probably deny its existence. On the other hand, those who are resolutely hostile to all criticism, whether destructive or constructive in its intent, are equally pernicious. For them, if we may pursue our simile, the baby exists, but the bath is more important. The value and wonder which is in the child has been transferred to the mere receptacle, and sooner than have this transferred, sanctity interfered with, they will forego all possibilities of a better bathtub and even prefer the water to stagnate unchanged until the ablutions come to defile rather than purify. The destructive criticism which I have been offering in a good part of this book has, however, been no more deliberately or solely destructive than is a mother's insistence upon her growing boy relinquishing, say, the habit of sucking his thumb, a habit not only pleasurable, but in an earlier stage natural and reasonable enough, no more so than the efforts of a teacher to rid his pupils, when they are of an age to profit by the strong meat of thought, from the inevitably naive views of childhood and of uninstructed everyday, to the truer and more satisfying conclusions of organized science and philosophy. Let me illuminate my meaning from biology, and this not merely because it happens to be my own science, but because the whole problem with which this book is attempting to deal, the problem of religion, is itself a biological problem. Man is an organism, a peculiar and indeed in several respects a unique organism, but an organism no less. As such, he is limited by his material construction, tight bound to his environment in bonds of inherited relation, voyaging from strange past to unknown future on an evolutionary sea. If some discarnate spirit, not knowing what the future was to bring forth, had been able to visit this globe and to see its conditions, say, every 40 million years, what would have been his report? Assuredly, it would always have been good. At the beginning, the existence of life where before there had been no life would have been a notable fact. Later, the vision of elaborated life, the hosts of strange and beautiful marine creatures, heavy-armored or pellucid swimming, brilliant coral and flower-like sea anemone, would again have been good. It would have seemed good when the first fish, dominating the rest of life through power of brain and backbone, sailed the seas, when plants first learnt to colonize the land, hitherto barren, when the first trees towered to new heights, and the first insects practiced life's new power of flight among them. If the imaginary observer had seen the world in the middle of the secondary period, he could not fail to have been struck by the amazing creatures he saw. The insects had been first on land, but new forms of life now dominated the scene. The reptiles, outdistancing the amphibia from which they had sprung, luxuriated in every variety of form. There were reptilian creatures unrivaled for sheer bulk, others as rapid as racehorses, others which beat the fishes at their own game and had become kings of the sea, still others that were veritable dragons of the air, far outdistancing insects in speed and size alike. There would have been things that did not seem so good, it is true. As the winter came round, the activity of these embodiments of the vital spirit would have flagged, and whole realms of the earth's surface must have been permanently closed to their cold blood. The law of life was rapine and death. Brute force and bulk were as successful as accuracy of perception or speed. Nonetheless, it would have seemed natural and right to accept all these evils as the price of the good. But if he had again visited the earth in the later middle of the next or tertiary epoch, he would have found a very different picture. The reptiles, though surviving in various forms, were then no longer dominant, and all their most remarkable types had perished off the face of the earth. The picture of life would have been very much like that which the traveler views today in the unspoilt parts of East Africa and Uganda, and all who have seen that life testify to the thrill of its vigorous beauty and its variety. Some of the apparently inevitable drawbacks of secondary life have been overcome. Life in the form of birds and mammals is no longer subject to the arbitrary changes in its proper activity inflicted by the changing temperature of the outer world. It has surmounted the difficulty by maintaining its own inner environment at a constant temperature. By this device, it has been able to colonize parts of the world untenanted before. Even the Arctic is invaded by this new warm-blooded life. What is more, bulk and armor that seemed so necessary and indeed so magnificent in the old reptiles have largely been discarded, and in their place the better and more beautiful devices of speed, alertness, and intelligence. The old struggle still remains, however, and progress is still achieved mainly through the ruthlessness of selective death. This mechanism, he would find, had always been the most powerful agency for change in evolution, and he might well be pardoned if he supposed that it was the sole possible agency. Knowledge, too, for all the improvement of the ages, was still limited in its quality, and still died with its possessor. Would it have seemed probable, or even possible, that this barrier could be overcome? And yet, had our imaginary visitor come once again when man was in possession of the earth, he would have had to revise all his ideas of the possible, and to admit that the good which he had recognized in earlier life, though certainly still good, was extremely imperfect. Indeed, many of the qualities which, when the old scheme of life is considered by itself, can properly be called good, seem of a dubious goodness or wholly evil when considered in relation to the new state of affairs. How is it possible to consider natural selection an ideal method, in spite of its successes, if new methods of conscious planning, less wasteful, less lengthy, and apparently more successful, are now available? Again, the possibility of accumulating knowledge over generations makes all the short-range knowledge of all other organisms seem almost pitiful, and even within human history, the organization of tested knowledge according to the scientific method not only makes the earlier hit or miss procedures look foolish, but makes it actually wrong to utilize them when this something better is available. There is no reason for supposing that any particular stage of life is the last word in evolution. Just as good a claim to be the crown of creation could have been made for the great age of reptiles or for the late tertiary as for our present phase of human life. Man is an organism, and not only may his knowledge and his power increase out of all dreaming, but his very nature may as well be changed as that of the reptile which was transformed to mammal, or the monkey being who grew through ape to man. What is the moral? Simply this, that thought evolves equally with life, that religious systems, which were inevitable products of humanity's childhood or of his adolescent thinking, which may indeed have been the necessary scaffolding for some better building, are not for that reason final, that ideas which in their time and season meant immense advance, concepts which were not only solidly good, but as good as it was possible for man to make them in the circumstances, may actually become harmful when circumstances alter and the old ideas are found to be hindering the progress of new and better ideas. Exactly the same state of affairs may be found in the field of industry and invention. Gas lighting was a good method of illumination and a great improvement upon oil and candles. Electricity was a great improvement upon gas, but where gas had become the established method, a greater resistance was offered to the change to electricity. Think of the hostility of the mill operatives in the early 19th century to labor-saving machinery, the obstinate indifference of the average British farmer to new agricultural methods. But on the other hand, in spite of vested interests, conservatism, and prejudice, the progress of economic invention is today at least a fairly rapid one. Compared with progress in established religious systems of thought, it is extremely speedy. What is the reason for this difference? The answer, I think, is twofold. In the first place, and most important, stands the fact of the sacredness of religious beliefs. The beliefs may in themselves have no more claim to sanctity than have gaslighting or old-fashioned farming. But, by an all but universal process, the sacredness of the religion with which the beliefs are associated may become transferred and, as it were, attached to the beliefs. There are very few people today to whom the idea of a stationary earth has an odor of sanctity. But listen to Father Inchoffer's remarks in AD 1631 upon the newfangled doctrine that the earth moved round the sun. Quote, "It is of all heresies the most abominable, the most pernicious, the most scandalous." End quote. As Dr. Fosdick, the American modernist, well remarks in commenting upon this outburst, quote, "Father Inchoffer, I suppose, had had a deep and beautiful spiritual experience. He had lived on terms of fellowship with God and love for men. He had always visualized that relationship in terms of a stationary earth with the concentric heavens encircling it. On that mental trellis the flower of his spirit had bloomed. It was very sacred to him." End quote. The good monk was certainly genuine in his reverence for this idea. Let us not forget that a firm and genuine conviction is no guarantee of the truth of what is firmly and genuinely believed, and that our own assurance of the sanctity of this, that, or the other belief may be no better founded than was Inchoffer's. Sympathy may help us to understand his attitude, but nothing will make it a right one. As Dr. Fosdick concludes, quote, "There is no peace in sight between religion and science until religion recognizes that the sense of sanctity is too valuable an article to be misused in holding up scientific progress." End quote. In the second place comes the belief that religious beliefs are different from other views, in that they have some supernatural sanction, that they are authoritative or complete or final, or are the product of a direct revelation from a personal God or one of his prophets. When all the world was superstitious and almost all men ignorant, when the authority of force was more necessary and the rate of change much slower, then such notions, for whatever reasons they were held, may have been of valuable service in helping to spread and to lend force to the purer and nobler ideas attained by the few rare spirits who thought for themselves. But today, when all knowledge is at the door of anyone who can read, to be had almost for the asking, when humanity can look round and see the present accurately in its relation with nature and with man's past development, today any such view is definitely pernicious. If education were really education and not a machine for stuffing with facts, or for winning scholarships, or for inculcating the propaganda of patriotism or of class, one of the elementary ideas which we would expect school to impress upon growing minds would be the necessary incompleteness of knowledge and beliefs. No knowledge of phenomena can be perfect. We have only to reflect how the apparent perfection of Newton's mechanics has been shown to harbor the slight gap which lets in the wholly different view of Einstein, or how the idea of the compound atom made of spinning electrons and protons is now, with the arrival of the quantum theory, in the melting pot again. How much more must that be the case when the belief concerns something so much more complicated? Let me once more quote Fosdick as a witness from the party of organized religion. He is speaking of the doctrine of infallibility and literal inspiration of the Bible, and its results in the form of anti-evolution campaigns and Dayton trials. Quote, "It is that utterly fallacious idea of inspiration which causes the trouble. One wonders why anybody should wish to believe it. What good does it do? What addition does it make to the spiritual value of the book?" End quote. In parentheses, it should be observed that the doctrine not merely does not add to the spiritual value of the Bible, but detracts seriously from it. The only condition under which the Old Testament is tolerable is if we see in it a record of gradual movement in the direction of spiritual progress. If we really believed that the Almighty approved of bloodshed, hatred, massacre in cold blood, tribal success, and double dealing in the way in which this is recorded in the Old Testament, it would be almost a duty not to worship him. Beliefs, we cannot too often remind ourselves, are only tools of the human mind. They may be the useful but lightly regarded things we know as hypotheses, useful to busy science as a screwdriver or a pair of pliers is useful around the house, or the large, more firmly grounded erections known as scientific theories, built up so strongly and with so much of supporting fact that a great deal is rightly demanded of any rival claim before the old theory is discarded, or violently held but slenderly grounded beliefs like some of those which any student of comparative religion will have come across, or like those which sweep across a country in time of war, which are of grave and often terrible importance in their effects, although they crumble to pieces once the cool light of day is let in upon them, or the beliefs, often but half-conscious, of every day, compounded of intuition and prejudice, emotion and shrewdness, which guide most actions of most men and women in the routine of business and social intercourse. If I have attacked certain aspects of certain religious systems, it is not because I have any wish to destroy the religious impulse, nor do I think that their destruction would leave an unfilled gap. If the whole great edifice of medievalist theology were to crumble away to nothing, the religious feeling native to humanity would speedily enough build up something which could be put in its place. But what, I shall be asked, is there which can be put in its place? Is it not presumption even to think that there is something which can fitly be put in its place? If, however, as I believe, all theologies and all religious experiences are, as a matter of fact, entirely products of the human spirit, is it not much greater presumption to invoke the divine in support of a particular belief, to assert that religious belief stands on a different footing from other beliefs, and to exploit God for the purposes of theological controversy? The view that I would like to put forward is presumptuous, yes, but also humble. No religious outlook which takes account of nature and man as they really are, but must mingle the contrasted elements of pride and humility in the sense of littleness when we confront our small and transitory selves with the majesty and permanence of life and the universe, pride when we take heart and remember of what achievements man is capable, what a piece of work is a man, and that each of our individual lives is unique, in a real sense ultimate, and reaches out to touch infinite heights and depths. No one who will turn his eyes upon himself and his own being and contemplate the spectacle in a spirit of detachment from practical details of every day, so far as possible, sub specie eternitatis, but will come to feel something of reverence at what we may call the miracle of the mere existence of such an organization of material and mental qualities. If he has had some scientific training, his sense of wonder will be increased. This man is a small block of the general substance of which the whole universe is formed, just as is a stone or a stream or a piece of bread. Not only, however, does it share with all other portions of substance which we call alive the power of maintaining its form and character in the midst of continual change, continually building into itself new raw material of substance in less organized forms, and utilizing as the source of its own vital energy the breaking down of other substance which it then discards. Not only does it possess in common with them the power of reproduction, based in the amazing architecture of self-reproducing units which genetics has recently discovered in the chromosomes, but it has come to possess, as the result of many millions of generations of natural evolution, as the result of automatic forces working to preserve what from the point of utility is best worth having in the struggle for existence, the most surprising qualities. This piece of world stuff possesses not only form and movement, but the capacity for knowing about other parts of the world, even stars 1,000 light years off, events 10 million years ago. It possesses the capacity for will, and with will and knowledge working together, has learnt to control in notable degree both outer nature and its own nature. In some ways, most extraordinary of all, it possesses the capacity for feeling, and for feeling in such a way that before some emotions, all practical considerations fall away as unimportant. Through feeling, this sentient portion of the world continuum may be exalted to states which have value higher than anything else in the same world continuum and are often regarded as having absolute value. Here is a mass of a few kilograms of substance that is indivisibly one, both its matter and spirit, by nature and by origin, with the rest of the universe, which can weigh the sun and measure light speed, which can harness the tides and organize the electric forces of matter to its profit, which is not content with huts or shelters, but must build Chartres or the Parthenon, which can transform sexual desire into the love of a Dante for his Beatrice, which cannot only be raised to ineffable heights at the sight of natural beauty, or find thoughts too deep for tears in a common flower, but can create new countries and even heavens of its own through music, poetry, and art, to which it may be translated, albeit temporarily, from this practical world, which is never content with the actual, and lives not by bread alone, which is always not only surmounting what it thought were the limitations of its nature, but in individual and social development alike, transcending its own nature and emerging in newness of achievement. End of section 30. Section 31 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 10, Conclusions, Part 2. Let those thoughts close our discussion. For now, I am through with discussion. Discussion there must be to enable one mind to comprehend the ideas of another. Comprehension of an idea means the grasping of it in its relation with the rest of one's ideas. To state is not enough, but one must view it from in front and behind, from this side and that, take it apart in thought, and in thought put it together again. But the tree is judged by its fruits, and if discussion lead nowhere, it is fruitless. The fruit of discussion, including that inward discussion with oneself, which is analytic thought, is an attitude of mind, which then determines the kind of action which shall issue. A mental self built up in an organized way, and that has its own value, as does pure thought have its own but different value. What is left now for me is to make my statement of my own attitude. Others may agree or disagree. Let them at least remember that agreement or disagreement with this attitude has little to do with agreement or disagreement with this or that part of the views which helped determine it, and with the correctness or otherwise of the discussion that has gone before. For an attitude of mind or a statement of belief is a complex, organic thing, involving all sorts of hidden springs of personality, all kinds of thoughts never properly looked at in the light of conscious day, involving also in its construction something of creative activity, which itself, like the creative activity of an artist, may be good or bad, so that good materials may be spoilt by the use which is made of them. I believe first and foremost that life is not merely worth living, but intensely precious, and that the supreme object of life is to live, or, if you like to turn it round, that the great object of living is to attain more life, more in quality as well as quantity. We men are from one point of view mere trivial microbes, but from another the crown of creation, and both views are true, and we must hold them together, interpenetrating in our thought. From the point of view of the stellar universe, whose size and meaningless spaces baffle comprehension and belief, man may be a mere nothing, and all his efforts destined to disappear like the web of a spider brushed down from the corner of a little room in the basement of a palace. But meanwhile, he is engaged upon a task which is the most valuable of any known, the most valuable which by him can be imagined, the task of imposing mind and spirit upon matter and outer force. This he does by confronting the chaos of outer openings with his intellect and generating ordered knowledge, with his aesthetic sense and generating beauty, with his purpose and generating control of nature, with his ethical sense and his sense of humor and generating character, with his reverence and generating religion. In a phrase, he is a living mill or vital machine into which the world of brute reality is poured in all its rawness, to emerge a new reality on a higher level as a world of values. As General Smuts put it in his book Holism, quote, personality, in its unique synthetic process, continuously performs that greatest of all miracles, the creative transmutation of the lower into the higher, end quote. The only absolute that man can know is the absolute of general idea, truth, beauty, goodness, holiness, unity. He can never reach absolute completeness in any field, nor absolute perfection, but he can attain satisfaction, a satisfaction embracing and profound. The satisfaction may be one of achievement, happiness, or rapture, or it may be one paradoxical and yet very profound of realizing his own littleness, dependence, and sinfulness over against the awful completeness and sanctity of the ideal. In such satisfaction, it can properly be said that man touches the absolute and has a momentary perfection. He may attain as much completion, be in contact with as much of the absolute as is possible for him at that moment. But it is inevitable that each of his experiences and states is temporary, and that always further possibilities lie ahead in which the old can be swallowed up. For man to live fully, it is necessary for him, as for every other organism, to be adapted to his surroundings. But man can do so on a new level, denied to other organisms in the world of mind. His life, if it is to be the best life possible, must be seen, felt, and practically lived in its relation to the rest of the universe. If he fails to take account of any part of reality, or if he misinterprets it, woe to him. The omission or the mistake will bring its retribution. To this task of relating his life to the rest of reality, he must bring all his powers. But the mortar which must hold all together, if the construction is to hold, is the spirit of love and reverence. Such a construction, so held together, is a true and developed religion. That is what Orthodox Theism means when it says that the knowledge and love of God is the first duty of man. But Orthodox religions have kept primitive ideas of supernaturalism and of personality in God, which render their view more difficult, less simple, more ambitious, less real. Those ideas are idols and need to be destroyed like other idols. I believe that we must learn all we can of nature. A knowledge of matter and energy and lifeless and living systems is the first requisite, for we must know the world in which we live if we wish to be adapted to it and to control it. It is of equal importance for us to think out our scheme of values. What goals are ultimate? What desires are highest? Almost all philosophies and developed religions are agreed that truth, beauty, and goodness are the three human ultimates, to be desired for their own sakes, to be desired above all else. At least they are agreed in theory. In practice, difficulties crop up as to interpretation and practical methods, but it is worthwhile affirming fundamental theories, however many practical difficulties occur in their application. Truth is not merely truthfulness. It is also discovery and knowledge. I believe that the acquisition of knowledge is one of the fundamental aims of man, that truth will in the long run prevail and is always to be preferred to expediency. I believe that the pursuit and enjoyment of beauty is another ultimate goal for the human spirit, that unnecessary ugliness is a sin against humanity and against the sacred reality which is larger than humanity, that natural beauty and art provide the greatest of all gifts of refreshment to the human soul. They are so gratuitous, a sacrament which we have no right to expect. I believe that moral goodness is the last of these ultimate and autonomous values, that although fortunately it is true in general and in broad outline that honesty is the best policy and that goodness is the highest expediency, yet when the two clash, the good is to be preferred to the expedient, that both the greater good of humanity is to be put above the lesser good of the nation, and yet the intenser moral sense of the individual above the interests of a group, that both the self and others make their claims upon virtue, and that we have warrant for belief that the burial of a talent is a sin equally with its purely selfish use. Some would say that sanctity is another ultimate. I believe rather that reverence, or the capacity for discovering the sanctity of things, is a way of approach which is necessary if we are to advance beyond a certain point in the quest for the three highest values. Reverence, then, would be in the same category as love, joy, patience, disinterested curiosity, tolerance, and humor, and being a necessary way in which the mind shall walk if it is to achieve things worth achieving. Reverence, then, is part of the third chief sphere of reality, which it behoves us to explore and understand, human nature. Matter and energy are man's surroundings. Truth, beauty, and goodness are the goals of his life, the ideals which he should put highest and desire most. Human nature and its tangible achievements are the forms in which the ultimate values are, in their degree, made real and given embodied expression. We must know the human mind, its roots and its flowers, its springs of activity and the methods by which these are transmuted into action, its disorders and the ways in which it may go astray and thwart its own development, the highest levels of experience to which a few rare souls now point the way, but which may perhaps come to be the property of the majority instead of the few, the different kinds of tangible expression in art, thought, character, or civilization to which it may give birth. I believe that life, with human nature in its forefront, is the means of giving actuality to the ideal, that in this consists our true destiny, that the secret of making progress in this task is to train the spirit to all disinterested activity, disinterested love of what is brave and happy, of beauty, of knowledge, of ministering to those that suffer, those that are in ignorance or in that other moral darkness, that this disinterested love, once truly gained, will bring with it all the other ways of advance, such as tolerance and humility, humor and reverence, that the highest expressions of human nature's faculty of bringing the ideal to dwell in actuality among men are works of art, including literature and architecture among them, are philosophies, laws of nature, and systems of scientific thought, are the characters of men and women, are ordered civilizations, are developed religions. The work of art embodies beauty and thought in concrete form. The philosophic or scientific system embodies knowledge. Character embodies morality in a human being. A civilization embodies the progress made by human nature in its cosmic task. A developed religion embodies the spirit of man busying itself in all reverence with his ultimate destiny in this universe. I believe that in all these ways human nature can, and on the whole does, make gradual progress in the task of subordinating matter to mind and actuality to the ideal, but that, so far from any finality of any sort having been achieved, we have not even begun to see with proper clearness the tangible goals to be set for the march of the world's next day. On the other hand, I believe that our newfound knowledge that there are before us not centuries or millennia, but millions of years, with ever fresh goals revealing themselves, and yet ample time for the race to reflect and set its course and take steps to control itself, is one of the great hopes and consolations of mankind. I believe also that the three regions of reality which I have mentioned, however diverse they be, however contradictory their main tendencies may seem, are all part of a single real unity. Dead matter has given birth to life. Life has given birth to sensitive, purposeful, and intelligent mind. And mind not only desires to control matter, but is capable of the task. I believe that it is both a foolish and a wicked fantasy of timorous thought to deny the reality of evil and of pain and suffering. They are intensely and terribly real. It is a false optimism to say that evil can always be overcome, but it can often be overcome. The overcoming of evil by good is not merely one of man's main goals. On the slow average, it is being accomplished. The mystery of evil, however, is not only its existence, it lies also in the fact that out of evil may come good. Those are irreducible facts which we must simply accept, but they are also facts which are inevitable in a world which works like ours. If evolution is a devil take the hindmost, in which mutual aid, kindness, and forethought are but late and sporadic comers upon the scene, its struggle for existence must give us the evil of tapeworms and plague and mosquitoes, as well as the good of biological progress. If man is an imperfect organism onto whose animal nature new capacities are grafted, but are often given in strange combination by the hand of heredity, often thwarted and distorted by environment, then we shall expect cruelties and hurts, perversions and fears, hatreds and selfishnesses, and all their evil effects. We shall expect them, but we shall try to overcome them. We shall expect them and accept them as a challenge, but need not continue to torment our souls with the question of why an imaginary creator to whom we have ascribed our own ideals of foresight and benevolence should have inserted evil into the scheme of things. Pain, in spite of all that has been written about the difficulty of comprehending the reason for its existence, is simpler. It is a biological necessity. Without physical pain, there could be no adapted life, no progressive evolution. Without mental suffering, there could be no mental progress. Pain, once in existence, may inflict itself in biologically useless ways as well as useful ones, just as may intellectual or aesthetic pleasure. It may inflict itself in spiritually useless ones too, for though pain and suffering may be necessary ingredients of many a great character, they may be sterile. Sterile pain is a challenge like evil. It is for us to do our best to make it impossible. Indeed, our aim must be constantly the reduction of all pain, for though it can often be turned to good, without that effort and expense of soul, the good might have been greater. At all events, we shall certainly never abolish it, and need be deterred by no moral or theological scruples, such as made themselves heard when chloroform was first used in childbirth and our attempts to be rid of it. What must be remembered, however, is the fact that pain is an instrument of adaptation, and that lesser pain in the present may ensure better adaptation and so forestall much greater pain in the future. It is often true that it is cruel to be kind, and we have ocular demonstration of that fact every day of our lives in the later careers of spoilt children. It is interesting to find Christianity and psychoanalysis both insisting that suffering is necessary for spiritual advance. It is perhaps safe to say that there must always be pain of some kind if the human being is to advance from the infantile to the mature level of mind, from wish and fantasy and castles in Spain to desire tempered by experience, purpose, and real achievement. The world is not what our desire would have it. Those who have not faced that fact and all its implications of pain are doomed to remain in the unreal world of childhood. Of such pain-refusing fantasies are many false religions. I believe that sin exists and the sense of sin, but I believe that the exaggeration of the sense of sin, the overstressing of the idea that it is a necessary preliminary to salvation, which is found in a number of Christian sects, is pernicious. The sense of sin is often most pronounced when the sins themselves are trifling enough and dim or absent in real wickedness. The sense of sin, so called, is in large part the expression of an unresolved mental conflict. Once that conflict is resolved, whether to heights of saintliness or to depths of crime or to the give and take equilibrium of ordinary decent manhood, the acute sense of sin tends to disappear. The sense of sin will also be much stronger in persons of certain mental types than others, and can easily be exaggerated through the growing soul being forced to live under the pressure of irrational taboos or dogmatic authority instead of in love and freedom inspired and supported by reason. While it is true that we all fall far short, not merely of perfection, but of our reasonable possibilities, and that it is profitable for our mental health to turn our thoughts regularly inwards upon our shortcomings, yet constant overemphasis on sin leads not only to frequent hypocrisy, but to a wrong habit of mind and a failure to realize as much of positive good as would otherwise be the case. Once it is recognized that the sense of sin is often, and especially in adolescence, a mental disease, something to be avoided if possible, and got over, like the measles, with the utmost celerity, instead of being paraded as admirable, the great step will have been taken. It is nothing to be ashamed of, any more than measles, but also, like measles, it is nothing to be proud of. I believe that the religion of the future will have as one of its great aims the saving of man from an exaggerated sense of sin by prevention of childish conflicts. Just as preventive medicine and public health are becoming more and more important and will make the cure of the individual less and less necessary, so I believe what by analogy may be called preventive religion and general spiritual hygiene will become more important and will make some of the methods of present-day Christianity look as crude and barbaric as does bleeding or the universal black draught to modern scientific medicine. I believe in grace and the sense of grace. I do not believe in it as a gift from divine power, but in the fact of its existence as a special inner illumination and peace which comes when conflicts are resolved on a high plane, when aesthetic or intellectual insight is vouchsafed, Whenever, in fact, an unexpected or at least undeserved moment of spiritual achievement is thrust on the mind, and the mental state is colored, sometimes half unconsciously, with a feeling best described as sacramental. I believe that religion has arrogated to itself, quite unjustly, the exclusive possession of this grace, but that in reality it operates in every sphere of the mind's life. I believe that its connection with a sense of sin has been much overemphasized, and that indeed the more sinless a human being, the more harmonious and unthwarted his development, the more numerous and the more glorious may be expected to be the graces and illuminations which sanctify and give value to his life. I believe that the individual attains his supreme satisfactions in precisely these moments. They are the moments in which he with his mortal fingers touches the absolute. There is an absolute of truth, and though no one can grasp all truth or, what comes to the same thing, all the implications of a single truth, yet the particular problem we have held before us we may solve. We may see in a flash our solution, its truth, and its relation to many of our other ideas. That is Promethean. That is the bringing of the fire of absolute truth from its unrealized state to make it dwell in this phenomenal world. In just the same way, we can touch the absolute of beauty, and through our spirit perceive it investing common things in common vision. We can touch the absolute of goodness and realize something of the good in a single course of action. There is an absolute of harmony and unity. We can experience in ourselves a moment of that harmony when we succeed in adjusting the diverse and conflicting elements of our life, as they happen to exist at the time, all in a single unity. It is but momentary. We must continue to grow, and new equilibria will come to be necessary. But in that moment we shall have tasted a knowledge which is absolute, and embodied something of ideal harmony in our actual temporal being. There is an absolute of righteousness, that too we can touch by moments, and this grace is most intensely felt when it rescues us from the opposite extreme, of a sense of sin or unrighteousness. But it is simply not a fact that it is the exclusive privilege of Christian believers. There is a grace of holiness which can be attained in love. Without it, ungratified desire is pain. Desire gratified is merely transitory release from tension or satiety and revulsion. But with it superadded, ungratified desire is itself desirable. Prayer and beauty is one. Gratified desire, a sacramental transcendence of the boundaries of the self, on which, as Blake says, quote, the soul expands her wing, end quote. End section 31. Section 32 of Religion Without Revelation. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Lienhart. Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley. Chapter 10, Conclusions, Part 3. In all these and many other ways, we may touch the absolute, sacramentally transcend ourselves. It is in this sphere that virtue is its own reward. This is the true coin in which human nature receives its best gifts, most valued because not deserved or simply earned as a right, but, I repeat, a present, a gift distilling out of the inner nature of things. On the other hand, the spirit must labor for wages too, and earn them. I believe that to live solely or mainly for these moments of transcendence, whether in religion or love or beauty of art or nature or intellect, is mere selfishness. Like other selfishness, it brings its own penalties, which may be no less severe in spite of being never realized. The world demands work. Work is needed for the mere maintenance of life. More work is needed for the maintenance of a particular level of civilization. Still more work is needed if we look to the future and aim at giving later generations better chances of fuller life. Put it in a slightly different way. The supreme moments when we feel in touch with things eternal and absolute may be man's highest aim and reward, but we ourselves shall not attain them without previous work and effort on our own part or on others, nor shall we be able to help ensure them for others, and so attain our own peace without effort and work. I believe, therefore, that we must work, not merely for work's sake, though that is discipline and occupation, but with definite conscious objective. That objective should be the most embracing purpose, and the most embracing purpose we can have is to work for the race as a whole, not forgetting that charity begins at home, but remembering that in our hands is the trusteeship of this world's future. For the single blissful moment of salvation or peace or beauty to exist, the whole creation has groaned and travailed together until now. Personal salvation is a single aspect of what is sometimes known as self-realization, and self-realization is only full and satisfying when it comes through self-forgetting. This applies to forgetting self in disinterested love of knowledge as much as in the religious sphere. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it. But self-realization, even thus disinterested, is by itself selfish, and self-sacrifice, when it leaves out of account the duty of self-realization, incurs the reprobation meted out to him who hid in the earth the one talent entrusted to him by his master. Selfish preoccupation with personal salvation has been the curse of many religions. Thoughtless and unprofitable expense of self-sacrificing labor is the curse of many charitable and social movements. A full religion must see to it that spiritual self-realization in the present and patient self-sacrificing work for distant objectives are balanced. I believe thus that religion should be both self-expression and self-renunciation. It has two main goals, personal and racial. The personal goal, often crudely symbolized as salvation in another world, is the raising of the soul to levels on which it experiences the assurance of peace, the rapture of illumination, the deep sense of communion, and knows that it has attained the utmost of which it is capable. This goal is the development of the religious life for its own sake. The racial goal, often thought of narrowly and without full vision in the form of mere self-immolation as a sacrifice agreeable to a god, is work for the highest good of humanity, including future humanity as well as present. It is self-sacrifice directed by a conscious vision of human evolution and its possibilities. The individual human being is, or can be, the highest thing of which we have knowledge, but the individual is small in comparison with the community, and both are small in comparison with the race. This submergence of self in the group may be seen in sectarianism, in patriotism, in social service, but it must be unstable and uneasy until it finds the largest group possible, and that is humanity, past, present, and to come. So soon as men and women realize that the future is in their hands, that they have it in their power to acquire and apply knowledge so as to control disease, prevent children from being born to misery through defective heredity, regulate population, and, in a word, help to control the way in which civilization and the human species is to evolve, then this practical end is at once seen to have highest value above all other self-subordinating ends. Religious self-expression and religious self-subordination cannot in reality be kept sharply separate. They and their mutual relation within the religious life are expressions of the primary fact of human biology that man is a social animal, but unique among social animals in that division of labor and social specialization need not involve limitation of individuality, but may be made to encourage and enhance it. On the side of feeling, their relation is paralleled by the relation in the religious consciousness of assurance and self-abasement, the certainty and proud joy of being supported by eternal verities which yet ferments to spiritual arrogance if it is not corrected by the pure but by itself sterile virtue of spiritual humility. I believe that religion is peculiarly liable to abuse. This is so because it should and can involve the patient approach of the self to as much of reality as it can grasp, and yet at the same time it is an answer to an imperious demand for certitude, for a basis on which, here and at once, to build our few short years of living. What wonder then if a hasty answer is often preferred to long search, or pretended certitude to reverent doubt? What wonder that the cramped human being compensates itself for the injustices of this world by indulging in fantasies concerning the next, or that the limitation of outlook, which is the lot of so many, is reflected in a one-sided creed? Finally, it concerns itself, and must concern itself largely, with beliefs. The psychological mechanism of belief being what it is, small wonder that beliefs, however incredible or contradictory, are not merely held, but held with tenacity and violence. Just because religion can concern the whole personality on the one hand and the rest of the universe on the other, just because it can help to make unity and order out of diversity and chaos, just because it aspires to so much, just because of all this, can it so easily fall short and go astray? Further, the lesson of history is clear as to the chief abuses into which religion can fall. Playing on superstitious fear, dogmatism and intellectual narrowness, aspiring to a false certitude, intolerance and persecution, ecclesiasticism, exaggerated asceticism, these are a few. These can perhaps be avoided by recognizing that religious truth is no more absolute or fixed than other truth, by rejecting providentialism and all those brands of otherworldliness which hate this world and despise it, by regarding fear as one of the curses of mankind, by recognizing religion as but one of his desirable activities. It is sometimes said that religion should permeate every activity. There is a sense in which this may be true, but very definitely one in which it is false. This may be illustrated in the intellectual sphere. It is often asserted that there are certain things too sacred for investigation, but when the zeal for pure knowledge fills a man's mind, he not only may, but he must pursue his quest, irrespective of where it leads him, neglecting all other attributes of the thing investigated except its capacity for being understood. The fact that he or others hold it sacred is, for the spirit of pure intellect, mere irrelevancy. Further, as matter of experience, it is always found that the knowledge thus gained for its own sake leads to a possibility of deeper reverence than what could be accorded before the facts were properly understood. Religion did its best to stop the progress of astronomy and of physiology, but the modern astronomer's universe is far more stupendous than the tin-pot cosmology of the ancient or the medieval world, and with each new discovery in physiology and evolution, the human body, brain, and mind become more amazing, more provocative of wonder, and indeed of awe. If reverence made us cease to investigate any truth, as of evolution, to cease loving or desiring to express any beauty, as of the nude in art, or to refrain from the performance of any good act, as of doing good on the Sabbath, we should be like horses shying at shadows on the road. The shadow of our reverence would prevent us achieving the reality of progress. In other words, any religion which is not an affirmation of the ultimate value of truth and knowledge, beauty and its expression, and goodness and moral action, which ever sets itself up against these, is in that respect a false, low, and incomplete religion. The religious attitude of mind, which demands a reverent approach to reality, is necessary if the best use is to be made of human life, and if the varied activities and achievements of man are to be properly organized into a coherent whole. But it is by no means always necessary or even desirable as a component of any given activity or as a means toward any given achievement. The Middle Ages affirmed that no earthly science was admissible save as the handmaid of theology. That doctrine and the practice based upon it had to be broken down before natural science could make her marvelous achievements, for the only value which can count to the pure scientist is the value of knowledge for its own sake. In the same way, the artist, be he painter or writer or sculptor, may have a reverent and essentially religious, not theological, view of the function of art in civilization, but it is at his peril that he lets anything but the desire for pure artistic rightness creep into his work. If he does so, he runs the almost certain risk of achieving something which is bad art, and therefore unfit for reverence by him or anyone else. Or again, the man of business may, and rightly, be animated by a religious desire for his work to have some more than merely economic meaning, but if he does not concentrate on economic productiveness as first essential, he not only will achieve nothing himself, but his schemes will be swallowed up in the melting pot of failure. To be always religious is as intolerable as to be always laughing, or always working, or always playing golf. For a man to have a religious disposition, it is no more necessary for religious feeling to be always in possession of the mind than it is for a man of a humorous disposition to be incapable of sentiment or seriousness. The mere variety of human nature and human activity is its richness and its charm, and to give each faculty and each approach to reality its turn and its due place in life is to live not only fully but truly. This brings me to tolerance. I believe in tolerance because variety is spiritual richness, and because variety and indeed opposition is necessary for the highest achievements of individuals and of civilizations. We rightly admire the man of many-sided genius, Leonardo da Vinci, Goethe, Aristotle, Michelangelo, but that is not the only way of achievement. One-sidedness is as necessary for society as many-sidedness, and it can attain the highest heights and the deepest intensities. We do not demand that the cart horse shall win races, nor that the hammer shall saw wood, nor the poet rule nations. A colorblind man could give a new mathematical insight to the world, and Darwin's achievement was no more lessened by his inability, as he grew older, to take pleasure in art and literature than was Newton's by his childish preoccupation with the esoteric interpretation of scriptural prophecy. St. Francis of Assisi was a living denial of 9/10 of what to most men makes life worth living, and yet for most men he enriched life and its possibilities. William Blake had a hatred of all reason and organized knowledge, yet the most ardent believer in science and organization may be enriched through reading him. We need poets as we need artisans. We need visionaries as much as hard-headed businessmen. We need the man who devotes all his energy to invention. We need the artist and the man of science. We need the saint. We need achievement. And we need character. If our religion is a true religion, a religion of fuller life, it must both tolerate and reverence variety. The efficient biologist or engineer who would deny all value to religious meditation and the religious life, the missionary who begins by suppressing all native activities of which he in the least disapproves, the scholastic theologians who denied independent value to natural science or humanist philosophy, the efficient administrator who would lock up as a vagrant everyone who is not constantly at work. All are limited in their outlook, and because limited, therefore wrong. Even Plato, at the full flight of his imagination, desiring to banish poetry and art from his ideal republic, was subordinating reality to logic and had failed to gain a full vision of truth and virtue. But our tolerance must not be merely passive, a tired intellectual gesture. It must be active, springing from the belief and knowledge that truth is too large to be revealed in but one form, or one creed, or one way of life. We must accept the hard saying that out of diversity alone comes advance, and that any one human mind is too small to grasp more than a little truth, to live more than a little reality. I believe that one of the greatest defects of our modern world is its lack of a religion of its own and the accompanying disruption of its thought and aims. Life's center of gravity has shifted since the Middle Ages from heaven to earth. For a hypothetical future existence called in to redress the balance of this, man has taken in exchange the certainty of present reality with all its imperfections, but with all its perfectibility. Science has been the chief instrument of the new vision, organization and foresight its watchwords, harnessed power, whether of natural forces or of wealth, its instrument. But religion, speaking broadly, has remained all these centuries adapted to the old state of things, not to the new. The spiritual aspirations, the prayers, the saintliness of generations, their preoccupations with human destiny and aims, their concern with man's ultimate scale of values, have for the most part flowed into the well-engineered channels of the Christian Church, that vast instrument organized in relation to the Middle Ages and the medieval outlook. For the rest, they have spent themselves in sporadic outbursts of protest and revolt, or trickled away in the drought of isolation, or been forced to embark upon new organizations of their own, instead of being permitted to join freely in the task of irrigating the world. The situation today is deplorable. The great bulk of the religious spirit, with all its potentialities for promoting human unity, for providing busy man with peace and refreshment, for helping humanity in its task of controlling evolution, which is only a more accurate way of saying bringing to pass the kingdom of God upon earth, for stressing the permanent satisfactions and highest values in the welter of daily existence, is locked up in a theological strongbox, hidden away from half humanity in a fairy story land. The bulk of creative human endeavor, on the other hand, either pays only lip service to organized religion or is in opposition. It does not and will not inhabit that mythological land. It has different values, different standards, different aims. It is science, art, industry, commerce, government. It is of this world. Its best science is bound up with this life. Its best glories are in the here and now. Illuminations, ecstasies, glories of love, joy, peace. Its furthest aims are in this world's future. Its greatest task to work so that truth and goodness, beauty and holiness may increasingly be incarnated. By existing religions, it is offered personal salvation at the price of surrendering this world or subordinating it to the next. But it knows that the task of its soul is to animate this world. And what shall it profit a man if he gain the whole next world and lose his own soul? For he who would save his soul shall surely lose it. This is the new temptation, for it is harder to be patient and tolerant, to think clearly and to plan ahead, to take the clay of actuality and make it embody ideal ends, to keep the torch of ideal values alight in the heart through the conflicts and drab realities of business and everyday life, than it is to surrender to authority, to believe on faith, to keep one's ideals bright by not using them, and to give up troubling over the affairs of this world in favor of the world to come. If we wished to manufacture our own mythology, we could say that the religious spirit was the authentic princess on whom alone the masculine hero, creative endeavor, could beget a race of men worthy of the world and of themselves, but that she was now held out of his reach in a keep, gloomy and old-fashioned, by an old father who lets pride of birth and historic descent stand in the way of happiness and fruitful activity. But mythologies, even the mildest, are apt to mislead, so I will merely state the facts as I see them, that the religious spirit is being cut off from power, resembling a store of gold in the hands of a miser, while the power which alone can shape destiny is, to change the metaphor, left without the spiritual refreshment which it needs for its task, robbed of the certitude of rightness in its aims which alone could ensure both their full worthiness and their achievement. The contact between the two must be made. I believe that the great sacrifice needed for religion is that of her old certitude, to be offered up on the altar of humility, and that demanded by organized science, and all the doers of good works and planners of the future to boot, is that of all narrowness and aggressiveness, to be offered on the altar of reverence and imaginative love. But the sacrifice of organized religion is more necessary and more called for than that of science, and failure to make it will be not only more blameworthy, but, from her own standpoint, more foolish. If that sacrifice is not made, there will be strife. Great is truth, and shall prevail, but the day of her prevailing will then be long delayed, and the endeavorers of this world will be forced to dig their own wells to the waters which she inhabits, with expensive labor and time and spirit, when this sacrifice on the part of organized religion would have at once made them accessible to all. I have no doubt of the ultimate issue. The verdict of the trend of human history in the 20,000 years since civilization dawned in the later Old Stone Age is too clear to permit a doubt. But in what way it will come, and after how long, and what it will be like, the future religion of this world and of all humanity, that nobody can know. One can only guess that it will take a long time, that it will not be the work of any single founder, but will be achieved through the gradual permeation of society by knowledge and disciplined thought as education spreads and becomes more effective. That religion, by abandoning some of its pretensions, will become accessible to more people and more vital in the life of the community, and that the two necessities of scientific means and ideal ends will become more fruitfully linked as the one increasing purpose is more clearly seen. Meanwhile, the task of our generation, which stands in time at the beginning of the adolescence of the human species, is to combine clear thinking with unafraid feeling. Without exploring feeling and emotion and desire, it will not know the heights and depths of its own nature. Without hard thought, it will not know false from true or be able to set a course. If we would understand and control nature, we must first accept and obey her. If we would control her worthily, we must have a true scale of values by which to measure. Hard fact and transforming value together build future reality. I believe that the whole duty of man can be summed up in the words, more life for your neighbor as for yourself. And I believe that man, though not without perplexity, effort, and pain, can fulfill this duty and gradually achieve his destiny. A religion which takes this as its central core and interprets it with wide vision, both of the possibilities open to man and of the limitations in which he is confined, will be a true religion. Because it is coterminous with life, it will encourage the growth of life and will itself grow with that growth. I believe in the religion of life. End section 32. End of Religion Without Revelation by Julian S. Huxley.